Alright there, welcome everybody. There was a small technical issue from the side of FRL, but it should be fixed now. So I'd like to welcome you to another Formula Racing League race here. Today we're at Donington Park, the unofficial home of Formula Racing League. My name is Tricky DC. For the people that don't know me, I'd like to welcome you to this 4-hour event here. So this is a split comms. I'm gonna be the one doing the qualifying as well as the first 2 hours, and then afterwards it's gonna be Cromdex who's gonna take it over from me. So hope you guys are all doing well. And well, this is a very special series we're watching here. This series, most notably, is a season that lasts all year round. Yes, you heard me correctly, all year round here. There is a total of 10 rounds in this one. Basically a monthly 4-hour race at that. Today we are at the second round, so that means that first round already has seen some point scores out there. So if you look at the standings here, let's start off with the standings for the pro split here. We have McLeod Racing Team currently in the lead with 105 points after the Hungaroring race, followed by our own team, that being FRL Racing Team Faster 3. In the third place we have Clean Racing Finland 230. To follow that up we have Vesta Sport Team 1, and then we have Mission Spinner Racing Eternal. Now we're under their top 5 for that split. And then we also have a secondary split currently led by Remnant Racing, followed by TSC Racing and Turn 1 Sim Racing. They have 105, 99 and 94 points respectively. And then in P4 we have MGR Esports and then the Dutch team of Gazelle Motorsport following right behind as well. So I'm excited to see what this one is bringing for us here. I see already a couple lads in the chat here proudly supporting their favorite team. It's always good to see. Who do we have here? Let's see. We have, hello everyone. We're here with the 934 and 935 Advisor Racing Team. I wish you best of luck. Let's see if I can find you real quick. Yes, there's one of them. Advisor Racing Team. That's a beautiful livery if I say so myself. Swiss sponsor, I guess. I don't know if that's a real sponsor. I assume it is. That's pretty cool. Looks really good. What do we have here? We have Dave van Eck. Is he driving at the moment? Yes, he is. Absolutely. Dave van Eck, representing Poland. I thought it was a Dutch name. Turns out it's Polish, apparently. He's representing Era Esports tonight in the BMW M4 GT3. We've also got Team 4 Limpets is going to win. That's an interesting name for sure. And afternoon, unfortunately, Simtech Racing haven't gotten a car entered today. Couldn't get a grid spot. Oh, that's unfortunate. But obviously, there's only a maximum amount of grid spots that there are, so not much you can do about it. Fortunately, I hope to see you next time round, because obviously the calendar is still full of racing. We've got Valencia after this, then we're making our way over to Japan to go to Suzuka. The round 5 is going to be interesting here. We have Oulton Park and Snetterton. So I actually recently did my first Snetterton race. That was pretty interesting to see. It's a track that I don't know a lot about. And obviously Oulton Park is, well, a classic, very bumpy, very hilly, tricky track to get right, and that's why I think it's so entertaining. After that we are making our way to the Nürburgring. I assume that it's a GP layout, but by then we might also see the Nordschleife having been added, so I don't know what the exact call is going to be for that. After we return from Germany we're going to go to Watkins Glen. Is in, I believe, Colorado, at least it's in the US. Watkins Glen, before making our way back over to Belgium to do a race at Zolder. Once we've left Zolder, we are once again gonna go back to the United States to do a race at Laguna Seca, and we're ending the season, basically ending the year, in the country of South Africa to go to Kyalami International Racing Circuit here. Now, let me know as one of the chat lines, who are you supporting? Maybe I can put a little extra attention into those drivers here, because qualifying is very much well underway here. It is a real company. Advisor, marketing company for my best friends, was the owner and chairman. That's cool, man. That's cool. There's no Colorado. Where was it? Ah, I should know this. I literally looked it up. Or was that Lime Rock Park? See, I hate myself for this. I know this, I believe. Wait, was... Oh, God. Oh, no, wait. Watkins Glen was New York. I remember now. And Limebrook Park was... Wait, was Limebrook Park? No, it was Connecticut. Colorado, Connecticut. Yeah, they're not quite the same. Whoops. No, it's New York. Yes, absolutely. Whoopsie. Yep, 4 cars not one today, but back for Valencia. That's cool. Morning, everybody from North Carolina. I hope all are well here to watch some great racing. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, I think. We've got quite a filled grid. In fact, we've got 48 drivers as we speak here, so it's going to be quite tricky to keep our eyes on the times coming in here. Currently, it's Benjamin Eck, driver we all know by now, representing Formula Racing League racing team. The BMW M4 GT3, a car that he knows very well. And now, if I'm not mistaken, you can see as well what the duos are here. So we have Eck and Zakdal, as we see that they immediately drop off to the second place. I don't know why I thought that Watkins Glen was Colorado, but I guess somehow I confused it with Limebrook Park, and Limebrook Park was Connecticut or Colorado, but well, doesn't matter much. Van Eck secured a ample already. Gotta keep our eye on, so now obviously it's gonna be quite tricky for me to tell. Because, well, there's so many drivers that I gotta pay attention to. We're 48 drivers on the grid, that's a huge grid. You can see as well on the minimap how full the track really is. It's really amazing to see how dedicated this community is from time to time. And I spotted this name out there, that is Thomas Knoppek. Thomas Knoppek's an interesting one for me. It's a name that I remember from back in the day. Amigos Racing League, participated in one season, absolutely dominated, and then went to do other things. Look for some more competitive environments because he was just simply too good. Now he's driving in the Formula Racing League, which is quite fun to see here. Here we see Liam de Kok. Starting a new quick lap here. Obviously the times are getting quicker and quicker, as it's currently Luke Addison in pole position, at least for now. Obviously there's still 20 minutes to go, so can't guarantee that just yet. But at the moment he's put a impressive 125.675 in, which is, well, a really impressive time here. The gaps between the drivers are slowly but surely getting smaller, which is always good to see. Oh yeah, 10 minutes into turn, you're correct. I didn't even see that before. That's going to be interesting. So obviously everybody's going to be slower in the rain, presumably. At least that's probably a safe assumption. So therefore, drivers really need to get those fastest laps in here, because as soon as the track's too wet, you're not going to be improving any much more. Ooh, that's the Porsche coming off. Had a little bit of a moment there. Looks like he finds himself now back in the pits. As soon as I swapped to him, he's made his way back over. Van Eklund, Eck and Zakdal for the win. It's a duo that I've also really come to like. Ooh, Terrace Keenan. That's not what you want to see. Managed to continue his road, though, no damage. So, only thing that, well, is ruined is his lap. His car is still alright, so should be getting ready for the next lap now. Taking a very wide line. Maximizing the speed out there. You might as well. Hayden Harter has come to a stop. And Liam de Kok overshoots turn 1 a little bit. And look at the chat here as well. Good to see everybody as always. And Tricky DC, normally a Counter-Strike commentator, but turns out I'm a man that can do many things. So I'm also out there today commentating Formula Racing League. You might have seen me before, most notably during the Christmas and New Year's Eve races at the end of 2023. That was, I believe, my first job for the Formula Racing League, and well, the community's been very welcoming. So that's always great to see here. Right? Is there a certain driver that you guys want me to showcase for a little bit here? It's gonna be no problem. Just give me the driver number, the car number rather, or the driver name, and I'll have a look and get them some extra stream time here, of course. That's what you get for joining in. That's what you get for being an active member. Something I always very much appreciate. Yeah, I see in the chat, let's go Gazelle Motorsport. And here we have him. It's Patrick Den Braber, currently driving the McLaren. Some Dutch sponsors on the car as well. It's good to see always. Couldn't quite read it out though. Something with 3D printing, I believe it's on the back of the spoiler, it says. I wasn't able to see it properly. I think it was something like that. Car 72. Alright, let's see who number 72 is. There's quite a lot of drivers here, so pardon me while I search for him. 72. Oh, you guys are not making it easy. Maybe I'm blind there, but I don't see... Oh, there he is. Yes, it is. Dave van Eck. Headed out of the pits now. Dave van Eck. Oh, what's going on here? This is interesting. Is he just parked there at the end of the pit lane, or... What's going... Oh, it's back in the pits. Alright, we'll come back to him later. That's very awkward. Don't know what happened exactly. But now Novak finds himself onto the grass. And there's also the number 3-1 car people wanted me to highlight a little bit. So let's do that, shall we? Just gotta find him real quicker. Lots of drivers out there today, so I might miss some of the action just as how it is. I only have one camera to show. Make sure to check out number 621. If I can find that number, I will. 321 is still the number I'm looking for here. There he is. It is Zam Vagan. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. My American isn't the greatest. Let's see what he can do then. Looking mighty rapid out there as he makes his way through the old hairpin. Now on the way to Starkey's Bridge. Representing Team Tri-State Racing. Very creative purple livery. We don't see a lot of purple cars in the grid. It's a shame, really. I think they look really good. Now we've also got number 61. Alright, number 61 then. Requested by the man himself, Tom Buneel. Tom, are you going to be driving today, by the way? Are you going to be on the behind the wheel? Sorry, not on the mic, of course, but... Be good to see you, man. Alright, it appears that's Mariano, but he's currently stood in the pits, so we're going to come back to him later. Doesn't appear he's out on the grid right now. And obviously, here you have some time as well to see how the duos are looking like here. It's currently Keenan and Stachecki on pole position. Then we've got Addison and Gerard. We can see that Eck and Zakdal have both fallen back a little bit here. Is this a team event or individual? Asking for a friend. This is a... Well, it appears it is only duos. So we've got a driver swap in the middle to look forward to here. And it's going to be interesting as well. Is everybody going to be driving 2 hours, or are there different plans? So it is a team event. Where's Luke Edison gone? Oh, that's not a place you want to see him. And as we swap over, we see Thomas Knopback making his way through the S's. Getting ready for the Melbourne hairpin. Looks like this one might be a little bit slower compared to what I'm used to. Only a second of the pace roughly. That's tough to see. And rain is approaching quite rapidly now. So, but some guys running with only one driver. I believe that they will swap. Oh, that's not what you want to see during qualifying. As we can now see the rain coming out. I'm up after Mariano. Alright, will be good to see you. Go away for that one. And the weather is obviously not going to make this easier. I think you are allowed to do this event individual. Maybe, why wouldn't you just sign up individually then? Alright, here he is. In the sexy Lexi is Mario Mariano. It's good to see that the Lexus is making a comeback as it makes its way back into the pits. The Lexus is slowly making a comeback with the balance of power. In fact, lots of older cars now suddenly seem cars that are viable again, which is fun to see. More Dutchies on the grid. This is Danny van currently sat in P16, so a little bit better than the average driver at the moment. Fastest lap is a 1:26.3. Doesn't look like he'll beat it this time round, so it's gonna have to try again here. More and more drivers into the pits now. I wonder how many drivers are actually going for faster laps at the moment still, because it's getting wetter and wetter out there tonight. It's not tonight yet. It's not a team event. Well, I don't know the exact rules when it comes to driver swaps. In fact, I shall open a SimGrid to To make sure that I'm not providing any misinformation here. That sounds like a good thing to do, right? I'll open it up on my second monitor. Okay, that would be good to do. That's awkward. Daniel Halverson struggling to get back on the track here. Not only is the track a little bit wet, as you can see the status change to greasy. You've also got to keep in mind that you've... well, first of all, how are you going to improve in the wet? Second of all, how is this going to affect the race is what I'm most interested in. Are we going to see different setups just because of the weather alone? Obviously, with the track staying like this, presumably the weather stays like it currently says. Don't know how much will be possible in terms of faster laps here, and if it stays like that, then we'll see that Terence Keenan, currently in the pit, will be the driver in pole position. You can also see that the amount of drivers on the track is slowly but surely getting a little bit less here. Also drivers realizing that there's simply no way to try and improve anymore. And that makes sense, obviously. It's really unfortunate, obviously, that is the case, but that's the only upside now. Finally some clean air to practice in. Alright, and here are the rules that I promised you, lads. Okay, so first of all, there's an entry fee on this event, so everybody that's here has participated by paying for a small fee. And also, there's no mandatory pit stops in this one. However, obviously they're going to have to come in here. There is a maximum driver stint of 65 minutes. No maximum driving time though. Right, we're using the real weather settings as well, which is interesting. So the weather you see here right now is the weather that is currently in the East Midlands itself. Obviously that's where this circuit is located, and so we might see that change later on. It might just be a 4-hour wet event, depending on the weather, how it stays over there. And it's going to be interesting to see how that one goes. The time multiplier is just normal. It's just a 1x. And the format is pretty simple here. We've had 1 hour of practice already. We've got a briefing in. Then we have a 30-minute qualifying session, which is the one we're watching now. And then we have a race start. And the race is going to be 4 hours long. Obviously, there's cash and cash to earn as well. Pro-Am race podium teams both get money. £10 for the winner. And the championship winning teams also get a subscription to Coach Dave Delta. So that's going to be a lot of fun here. Alright, if there's anything else you want to know, let me know. I'm back in the chat now, so I should be able to keep things up here. You see P1 to P10 to P1. That's impressive, man. Terence Kieran out there on track right now. Track has changed once again to damp conditions now. I'm curious to see how the Audi is going to perform here at Donington Park. It's a car I've never seen there before. We've got some old ones out there. We've got a Lexus. We've got 2 Hondas, I believe. Can't really see them. They're both currently not out on track. Adrian Haniewicz slowly goes a little bit too wide there. Misses the S's completely. And we've got 45 drivers currently having set a valid lap time. And it seems to be Formula Racing League dominated here. We've got Keenan. Then we've got Benjamin Eck, the driver we're currently aboard with. He also finds himself in P2. And then behind that we have Tri-State Racing. Luke Addison behind the wheel at the moment, the South African driver. All in the split. One, of course, for the pro split. And there's a couple AM driver still out there on the grid. This is one of them, Mark Bayliss. Currently set at P3. We've got Gardner as well as Van Eck driving in that split ahead of him at the moment. Ooh, Kiko Gallo. A little bit awkward. Representing the Eagles Esports. Oh, that's a good looking livery, by the way. I love everything about that. Lots of drivers here getting creative. Ooh, Kiko Gallo was very wide, though. Seems to be struggling a little bit in the Porsche. Maybe not used to the weather yet. Yep, don't think car 72 is AM. It is marked as AM in the game here, as you can see. Interesting how that one plays out. I can only go off what the game gives to me. He is silver, but the teammate is AM. Just practice a lot. Well, that's good, you know. I appreciate people putting in the effort here. I'm actually racing tonight myself at Donington. I am running a league race, that being the well, my own small league in regular Assetto Corsa, driving the VRC touring cars. It's gonna be a blast, I think, but it's definitely not gonna be easy. And now we've got the admin joining in as well. That's the race control sheet. If you wanna catch up with the live timings, you can just click the link, post it in the chat right now, and we'll see how that goes here. Lots of drivers here driving slowly, but there are some drivers here on a fast lap, so might just get a little bit dicey. I think it's all going to be okay for now, though. Eck comes to a halt. Here's Nico Veldman. Another driver for FRL in the top 3, in the top 5. So 3 out of 5 drivers from are from FRL. That's an insane number here. No, that's right, commentator. Teams are assigned Pro or AM based on the driver's license, so all cars in red are AM entries, but some might have silver paired with an AM. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, it's for incident tracking. Alright. It's gonna be interesting to see how that one plays out. Actually, I had to do that for the first time myself, recording the incidents. It was a relatively messy race, so almost filled it all up. Yeah, so that's what I was always told. You know, the colors just show if they're Pro or AM. But I don't really know how those get assigned. I assume it just gets copied off the SimGrid here. And interestingly enough, we've still got a couple of drivers here in the Pro split. For example, Chris Jones, driver we're currently watching, still stand behind quite a few AM drivers. So top 12 is all Pro. And then Dave van Eck is the driver currently leading the AM qualifying times. So obviously these are 2 separate championships, although they drive on the same server in the end. They're going to be compared with their own split. And there's the pit wall live, so that is the timing link. Alright, well, I thought I did my research. Turns out I did not. No, I thought that I was correct, because I actually saw it linked to the pit wall. I saw that linked to the SimGrid as well. I saw the YouTube link over there. That's obviously the one we're watching right now. And then I saw the pitwall link. So I thought that was what you sent. But turns out it was not. Overall driver rating system assigns the splits. Alright. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Because obviously the drivers here are by now pretty known. Benjamin Eck's been driving here since I remember. But that's not very long ago. Because I was only here since 3 months ago. Oh man, saying that feels weird. Time goes quick when you're having fun, I guess. Although I've been very busy with the commentary in Counter-Strike, it's always good to be back here. My fault, too much going on. Yeah, it happens, mate. I mean, it wouldn't be a Ricky DC stream anyways without issues of some sort. So, yeah, I don't blame you. Alright, well, the current lap times obviously are a little bit slower here. The track is considered damp, which is, well, quite significantly wet here, so I wonder what the plan is here regarding the setups for most drivers. Pronunciation for, oh god, it's Van? It's Van? Okay, well, you Americans can just never make sense, can you? Oh, that's gonna be difficult for me here. So I already got slandered the other day for mispronouncing a Polish driver's name, so I have to be careful here. I'm trying my best, trust me, I am. But it's always never easy, especially when you've got 48 drivers on the grid, where I only know a handful of them. So, yeah, that definitely will be a struggle, but I'll try to keep it in mind, and if I pronounce it, then terribly sorry. It's nothing personal, that's what I promise. Right, only 3 minutes left of qualifying here. And currently it is this man in the lead. It's Terence Keenan with a respectable 1:25.6. That's the fastest lap out there. Those drivers aren't looking to beat that anymore, especially now in the rain. Then we've got Benjamin Eck following behind on only a gap of 0.012 seconds. That is not that big of a margin. Luke Addison's in the pit. And as I swap over to Giovannini, he also makes his way over in the pit here. So it's Luke Addison in P3. And we've got Giovannini. Then we've got Nico Veldman, the Dutchman. We're currently watching Francesco Adamu driving for Vesta Sport. I believe I saw multiple teams for Vesta Sport earlier around. Yes, we've got 3 on the grid as far as I can tell. Vesta Sport Team 1 currently sat in P4 in the Pro Championship, and then we've got Team 2 and Team 3 in P7 and P8 respectively here. So doing a good job keeping it all together. Ah, Von. Okay, Von. Yeah, that should be doable. Here's Danny van Uhm. See, I am from the Netherlands myself, or at least I live there, so I hope that I can pronounce those correctly at least. The West Competition Racing Academy. It looks like he's gone all out with deliveries. Looks absolutely stunning. Gotta say though, the creativity of drivers here, when it comes to deliveries, is unmatched. I don't know how people do this. I don't know how you can create such beautiful designs. You know, I can't even get close here. Here's Hendrik Horvat in the GTR Masters Endurance team. Car number 80. Well, that was a 2:11. And actually, interestingly enough, he is the driver currently sat with the fastest Sector 1 time. Benjamin Eck making his way into the pits. He's gone off track. There's only a minute remaining now. Look at how empty the track is. Terence Keenan also resetting into the pits here. And it's been a relatively clean qualifying, at least as far as what I've been able to see. I've seen one incident, which of course happens. It's racing after all. And this is something I haven't really seen before. This is Antonio Nota. The Aston Martin. We haven't really highlighted any of the Aston Martins yet. Especially trying to divide the attention between all the drivers from time to time. But I do prefer to not use the auto cam that comes with the game. Because then you can't really highlight what you want to show, of course. Ooh, Antonio Nota also goes wide. That's going to be the end of his time lap. Here's Pierre Ferrari, one of the other Vesta Sport drivers. And officially qualifying is over. So everybody that crosses the line now has finished here. So Hendrik Horvat with his last attempt to try and go quicker. But in the wet, I don't think it's even possible, even if you wanted to. And with the weather being the live weather in the East Midlands, I think it's a nice little touch here. So 8 seconds slower than the pole time. Which just shows how the weather is obviously going to affect a lot of races here. Kiko Gallo not finishing the lap, headed into the pit lane instead. Now it's just Adrian Hanivic. Making his way across the line one more time. It will be a P18 finish. Fastest Aston Martin for Liam Knott here. There aren't a lot of Aston Martins on the grid, which is surprising to me. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's 5 of them. I expected to see a little more here. All right, and as we see Francesco Adamu make his way into the pits, the session is officially over. All right then. Well, to sum it up for you here, we have Keenan currently set at the pole position, setting a 1:25.630, which is an impressive time around Donington Park. Followed by Benjamin Ack and Luke Edison in P3. Behind P3 we have Giovannini. We've got Thomas Knoppek, Francesco Adamu, Brooker, Horvat, Illigner, Harder, Ulrich, Xampel to round out our top 5. And now we've got our AM pole sitter, that being Denny van Eck. Alright, that. Perfect. Oh, Dave van Eck, excuse me, of course. Now we've got Zakari, Tiro van Morsaki, Anderson, all being pro drivers. And we've got our second driver in AM, that being Adam Gardner starting. It was handy in the car before, now it is Adam Gardner. See, that hasn't updated quite yet. And if you're wondering why the screen was black for a little bit, I had to alt-tab to make sure that I can see the game properly again. Obviously, it doesn't do that automatically. So, yeah, not great, but it is what it is. Right, then we've got the Cock, Bayliss, Ferrari, Gallo, Schneider in P24. Then we've got Nerbe, Von, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Brow, I think, Jones, Jafrida, and Barv in P30. MGG, a little bit of a mysterious name. Jordan Mano in the car. Now we've got Burakovsky, Den Braber, Novak, Curtin, and Hill starting in P36. Behind Hill we have Kijkhoven, Van Hoorn, Van der Klis, Tijani, Williams, Mariano, Miller, Nota, Woodward, Brown, Taylor. And to finish off the starting grid we have Bonsu P48. Right, it's going to be 2.5 minutes until we get underway here, and I'm excited. It's always good to see everybody out there as well supporting their favorite teams, so it's always good to see. Looks like we've got quite a lot of viewers out there tonight, at least for sim racing. I think that might be a new record for me. Go Harter. All right, which car is he in, my friend? Which car is Harter? Here he is, Hayden Harter. Another American on the grid in P10, Aston Martin. Second fastest Aston Martin out there, but interestingly enough, only one driver has chosen the Audi, and that actually happens to be the pole sitter. That's just the way I should say it, honestly. Terence Keenan. Now we've got a 4-hour race coming up here. I'm gonna be here for another 2 hours before I get my casting duties taken over by Chromedex. He's gonna be handling the last 2 hours. So from the beginning till the halfway point, it's gonna be me, and then you're gonna see Chromedex finish it off here. Alright, what I should actually do here is change this up a little bit here. I think it looks a little bit better than that, doesn't it? We've got our new GIF rotation in as well. That should be updated. Obviously our new Assetto Corsa Competizione livery, and I think it looks quite good. Not livery, what's the word for it? Overlay, that's the word I was looking for. It's going to be fun to see if things stay the way they do. There's a good chance here for FRL to take over, well, honestly, maybe the entire podium. I mean, they did so well in the beginning. The qualifying is looking very promising for them. And I don't say that obviously because they're the one, pardon me here. Right, cars are going to get started. Should slowly but surely be getting ready. Here we go, and the Terence Keenan, the first one off here. Obviously, we're doing a full formation lap here, so taking our sweet time where we actually get racing. You can see how much delay there is actually between the first and the last driver starting. Everybody obviously trying to get as much heat into the tires as they can. That's going to be the main priority here. You see the Audis at the front, and now you see a couple more Hondas out there, Porsches, BMWs. We've got a filled and diverse grid, which I always love to see personally. You've got Mario Mariano in the Lexus, the only one daring to take the Lexus, so some extra nice diversity we see here. And Mario Mariano eventually going to get replaced by Dyson Bartro comes. What do you mean? Anyways, Mario Mariano, as I was saying, is going to get replaced by Tom Bernal roughly halfway through the race, or well, in fact, a little bit earlier, because there's obviously a 65-minute stint timer. I can't wait for that one. It'll be fun to see some other drivers taking it over on the grid. That's what endurance racing is all about. I've got 4 hours to go, so quite a bit here. Good luck, Tom, Curtin, and the rest of the Astro Boy. Well, I'll be sure to highlight them a little bit more, as I know you're watching, so it's very much appreciated here. Is he in the car at the moment? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't see him at the moment, but I could be wrong. I don't think he is at the moment, so keep our eyes out on that. Making away here through the airport. You can just see how long that conga line is of drivers. Obviously now we are headed back into a 2-on-2 formation. That's obviously how we start. It's going to be a rolling start here, so it's just how they do it in GT racing. Obviously normally you'd have a safety car we're following. That's not the case here. So of course, Competizione, that's not the feature that they've had it, but obviously you'll see that everybody now slowly but surely closing up on each other again, as we'll be starting too wide. But interesting enough, with such a long grid, I don't even know if everybody is able to make it through the last turn in time. Hoping for a speedy start for Ek to secure an early lead. Alright, well, actually, funny enough, I see your name is Eklund. Is that your brothers or something along those lines, or is it just coincidence? He's called Ek and you're called Eklund. Could just be a short name, and it is green lights. So we are underway here. Immediately you can see just how big that queue of drivers really is. People tend to take it a little bit easier through turn one, and I think everybody survived here. Don't think a single incident was marked there. It's not that I see them. Everybody seems to be driving all right here. Lots of drivers out there. Everybody has made it through cleanly. It is still Terence Keenan in the lead. So now I don't know what's happening exactly, but the scoreboard is tripping out a little bit here. But it will be Keenan in the lead early on, maintaining the lead after his pole position here. And that's one McLaren going a little bit wider than initially planned here. We're watching Patrick Den Braber, and that is 2 cars off the road here. We see one of the BMWs going all the way into the Sandy Gardner, facing the wrong way here. So that's been a tiny bit of touching, I presume, here. And other than that, we're all good to go. Our one driver's far behind. It was a driver to join a little bit later. That was Burakovsky. I don't think we saw him in qualifying, so presumably they've joined late now. Just a very regular Swedish last name. Weird, but it's alright. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I tend to know quite a bit about Swedish people, but last names are something that I'm very bad at, so might be why. You know, I visit Sweden yearly. Ooh, that's a BMW facing the wrong way. I believe that was a 222 car, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was the car of Pierre Ferrari. Seems to be going again, though, so problem solved here as we make our way into lap 2. Currently watching Bailey Thompson. And obviously he came from a position, if I say correctly. Yes, indeed, he came from P9 here, so made up quite a big margin. That's always good to see already. Taking over quite a few positions. It will be Jordan May here still in behind. One of the Formula Racing team driver currently, well, a little bit further back than his other FRL buddies, but there's obviously lots of time to try and recover here. Ooh, that is Murasaki making his way onto the grass, facing the wrong way now, losing a lot of positions. Manages to rejoin though. But I think he's lost about 20 positions. Indeed, he's lost 25 since the beginning of the race. Now that's Michele Spalino going off as well. And he'll now be rejoining in second to last position. Only Burakovsky is still behind. We've also got Besselink going off there into the grass, representing Astro Racing Team B. So there's multiple Astro Racing teams out there tonight. This one's in the AM class. I don't know if the other one is. Let me double check real quick. Alright, so Team B is in the... Yes, alright, so they are in AM, but I believe Astro Racing Team A... Yes, indeed, they are in the Pro split here. So they've got two teams signed up in separate splits. Here's Chris Jones. Finding it out with the other Porsche, but obviously he's got the outside line. Now they do leave space for each other. Will be an easy move for Barv to stay ahead, at least for now. Both have had a stellar few opening laps, gaining 6 and 9 positions respectively. I think they'll all be very happy to take. Obviously, the drivers that have incidents have fallen off quite a bit. We've got Murasaki falling off 22, Gardner falling off 29. That's another Porsche going off track. That is Yannick Petschke. The Adweiser team, we mentioned it before during qualifying, but this time finds himself in the wrong way, and that is, I believe, the same Astro Ferrari once again going off. Indeed, it is. It's Cody Besselink. I think he's already damaged his Ferrari 296 a little bit. Not what you want to see, but at least he's able to rejoin the race here. It's not over yet. The race is still very long to go. As we now see Amadeo de Keizer, Belgian driver in the McLeod Racing Team Aston Martin, and that's actually currently the leading team after round 1, that being the Hungaroring race. So looking to defend that place or perhaps build up a little bit more of a leader. Well, they've got a long while to go, especially now that we've got Formula Racing team drivers all doing really well. Obviously, a couple drivers are missing, a couple teams are missing from the grid. There's only 50 signups, where we've seen 48 show up. So not everybody here able to defend their spots, especially because we've got a few newer drivers, newer teams joining the grid after the first race. And well, first come, first serve when it comes to the competition, of course. Here's Simeone Zanini. The no brakes racers, Porsche. A little bit of a touch there with the M4. And this is the Cock making his way past, but a little bit of training paint early on. What I find interesting well to see is that actually they've not gone for a classic number on the side. No, they've actually painted it onto the car itself. It's cool to see. It's the details that make those cars look good here. But I must say, it's been a clean race since the beginning, essentially. We've seen Luke Addison move up 1 position, costing Benjamin Eck his P2 position. So now it is a Formula Racing League sandwich here with Luke Addison in the middle, representing Tri-State Racing, making his way over to the last turn before we head over the start-finish line again. Seems to be handling it quite well for now. This is Hayden Harter, currently behind the Hungarian driver that I named before, that being Henrik Horvat. Now into turn 1 in 6th position still. So he came from P8 initially. I think he'll very happily take that. Here's another FRL driver, that being Alan Brown. Currently set in P36 out of the 48 cars we've got on the grid. That's a long while to go here, but obviously also time to make that comeback here. So I wouldn't be worried about it just yet. In the end, it's all going to come down to nailing the driver swaps, which tend to be, from my experience, not that great in Assetto Competizione. Seen it go wrong multiple times. In fact, I watched a SimGrid video the other day where it just failed completely. And if that happens, that would cost you a lot of time, of course. And Especially considering, well, your cars might have damage, you know, the weather obviously might be something some drivers aren't fully accustomed to either, because if your teammate was the one starting the race in the rain and you've only driven in the dry qualifying, car might feel a little bit different here. We see a McLaren go off in the distance. Neil Woodward makes his way past Dick van der Klis. The Gazelle Motorsport McLaren. Hasn't had the easiest of races here. Lets the other drivers past. As he makes his way into the SS. That's another McLaren going very wide there. Over the SS. Don't think that was intentional. That will be a corner cut. I don't know if he's made any time with that. I don't think he has. So a punishment will stay out if I indeed was correct on that one. Got a little group here fighting for P26. It's Melvin Kolenbrander leading that group in the Astro Racing Team A car. We've got two of them on the grid. This is the Team A car, so this is the driver in the Pro Split. There's a touch. That's a BMW facing the wrong way. There's Mark Bayliss, finds himself completely caught out. I believe he might have been hit from behind, judging by the angle. And now rejoining the track actually proven a little bit more difficult. So it's going to cost him a lot of time early on. Still hasn't rejoined the track safely. He's going to lose even more positions. Alan Drown, Van der Klis all make it past. Even Nota and Halverson will. That's quite a shame, but that happens, of course, during racing sometimes. Kiko Gallo struggled towards the end of qualifying. Currently finds himself doing really well, actually. Gained 5 positions since qualifying. Here we see finally that the BMW is able to rejoin. That took quite a while here. Everybody's still on the same lap. Lap 5 and 6, that is. Or from one driver, which is Dan Braber. Patrick Dan Braber will be the first driver to head into the pit there. That's the only way that I can highlight him, using the helicam. But they're serving an early pit stop. That makes me think that they've either not changed to race fuel, or perhaps they've not had a clean race start and now have to deal with the consequence and then deciding to pit early on. Here's a battle currently still going on for first place. Benjamin Eck and Keenan. No, actually, you said that incorrectly. It's Addison leading. And it's actually a positional battle for the second place. Keenan in the Audi R8, and then we've got Benjamin Eck following right behind. BMW M4 GT3. Got Sam Von, I hope I'm now pronouncing it correctly. Tri-State Racing representative in the BMW M4 GT3. Behind is the Spaniard of Kiko Gallo. Frianric got taken out completely. Second. Oh, oof, that's tough. 2 minutes of damage. That's going to cost you in the end, and that's more than a lap. That's, well, a lap in the whole sector, really. That's quite unfortunate to see. So, see, repairs are fairly long in this game. Now, obviously, you don't really feel it as much during a 4-hour endurance, but it's not the start you want. With the track not drying up anytime soon, as it looks like, it will definitely be even trickier to avoid those contacts in the future. Relax back from my end, I believe that was. I hope the stream is doing alright for you guys here. Yeah, my internet seems fine for now. Towards the back, we finally see some drivers getting closer to each other. Again, it's Dave van Eck in the BMW M4 GT3. Representing Poland. The number 72 car. That's one of the AM drivers, of course. And to give you an update as well on the AM drivers here. Here we've got the leader. It's P16, that is, in the number 321 BMW M4 GT3. That's Sam Von. I hope I'm not pronouncing it correctly. If not, then feel free to correct me. And that's indeed why happened before. Oh no! Johnny Murasaki as well as Liam de Kock find themselves all Well, very much off the track there. Both losing a lot of time, and I believe that Liam de Kock's car is damaged badly also, so that collision not going to be great to see. Now, first 15 minutes have passed roughly, so we've still got quite a while to go here. So this is a 4-hour race here, so teams of 2. There's Marco Zagari. And closer to the driver ahead of him, that being Nido. It's Maximilian Nido in the Porsche 992. Handling it right. Correct pronunciation. We did it, lads. We did it. Believe it or not, I've actually done it. Yeah. It will always be tough, obviously, pronouncing all the different names. Especially considering some of them are, well, very localized names that you don't really get to see anywhere else, so it's very difficult. I can try to pronounce them, but won't ever be perfect. Now, for Americans, I believe it will be easier for me than, for example, Eastern European or Polish. I mean, Polish is Eastern European, but you get my point. That's the one that I struggle with the most, especially with the S set, C set. And oh, that's Chris Jones. I think he might have had a little bit of a touche with the barrier there. You see some front end damage there. I wonder what the call is going to be for Chris Jones. Are you coming in to repair, or are you just gonna tough it out and fix it later on? Or maybe not at all. Although, presumably, kind of have to, right? I mean, so long to go. If that costs you a 10th every lap, that's gonna count up, especially because, well, gonna see so many laps still being driven around. So, Liam de Kock overtakes the Lexus of Mariano. So the driver is a duel with Tom Brunel. And once Tom Brunel is in that car, we're going to have to make up a lot of time. Here we see Mickey Taylor losing the position immediately, fighting back for it afterwards. It looks like he's gained a position again. So now back in P33. Halverson gave him a good run for his money as they come across the line now. It's Taylor, then Halverson, and then Gardner right behind. Doesn't look like we'll see a change for now. You can also see the FRL driver there getting closer. A little bit of a mixed group at that as well. We've got the pro and the amateurs all involved in that battle. A top 15 currently being pros is quite impressive though, because obviously you're going to see usually the odd one out, involved in a crash, something along those lines. But then really you see from P21, you just see a lot of AM drivers. There are only a couple pro drivers still behind. See, they have separate championships, but you're still going to have to pass each other on track. You can't really stay stuck there. Davide Monsu still ahead of Brown. Brown obviously in the strip scene now as he makes his way over Starkey Straight. Starkey's obviously well, a driver liked very much by Donington Parkers, because they've actually got a set of corners named after him, that being Starkey's Bridge, as well as the Starkey Straight. So that was good to see. That's something that I've always really liked about motor racing as well. Seeing people naming corners or after cars or after drivers, of course. Here's Chris Jones. Chris Jones currently P25. Looks like he's actually losing out on a bit of time compared to Tiziani. Slowly but surely driving away then. Here's Danny van Uhm. The West Competition Racing Academy BMW. Fighting for the position with Nido. He's actually overtaken Nido because he was ahead of him earlier. Then he moves up to P10. Now looking to build on that momentum. So the C is actually getting closer to the driver ahead. That is Knot. in the Aston Martin, the lime green and purple one. And it actually looks like Danny Van Oom is significantly quicker out there in the wet. He looks very confident. It seems to be doing quite consistent laps as well at the moment. Maybe we'll see a move eventually, but we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer. Despite him getting closer, all need to brake, of course, for that turn. Make sure you don't go wide as you make your way into Starkey's Bridge. It's essentially just one long continuous corner. Officially it counts as two, because it does obviously tighten up quite a bit. You see as well that the brake markers are just completely done for, so you can't rely on those anymore. Taken out by a crash earlier on. Obviously not on purpose, but... And there's a mistake. That's the mistake from Knot, which means that Danny Van Oom makes his way over to P9. Love to see that Liam Knot now has fallen back 4 positions. Because of that one tiny mistake he's made. Goes slightly too wide out of the exit of Coppice Corner. And that will cost you. Obviously, there's a very long straight after that. So, you've got no momentum coming onto that. And then, yeah, well, as a result, you're going to lose quite a bit of time there. So, it shows how little of a mistake can actually cost you so much time. That is what it is. And you're just going to have to deal with it. It's Luke Addison still leading the race. Obviously, when you're driving a no man's land as the leader, you don't tend to get a lot of... you know, watching time yourself. You're usually just doing your own thing and on the background. But now that he's approaching back markers, it might get interesting. Might be the first lapping opportunity for Luke Addison. Still getting chased down by Keenan and Eck, of course. So we're gonna look at that later and see if potentially the Formula Racing drivers, Formula Racing League drivers, excuse me, can get just that little bit closer that they need to. It's Sam Vaughan we're watching. Up against the other BMW Ferrari. Yes, that's his last name. Just a sheer coincidence, of course, but he hasn't gone for the Ferraris in the BMW M4. Probably one of my favorite BMWs of all time. The M4 GT3 just looks so good. It sounds amazing as well, though that seems to be controversial. I actually had a discussion about this earlier, and a lot of people don't like how it sounds here. Ooh, Adam Gardner. Be careful on the throttle there. Managed to recover it though. So it just shows how slidey the track is now getting. With it being so wet, and especially during that won't dry up for any time soon. You can just see how much they have to fight to stay on the correct lines. Adam Gardner needs to keep making these corrections. And it looks like the Honda is struggling quite a bit here in the rainy weather. Perhaps not really used to driving on a wet Donington Park. Perhaps it's the car. But obviously that's just waiting for a mistake to happen here. It is Adam Gardner also. Interestingly enough, according to my software next to me, has lost the position, but I don't think that's the case. Nope, indeed it's not. It's just a small mistake on the side of ACC Race Control. If you scroll up on the chat, you can watch the live timings yourself as well if there's a certain driver you're really interested in. Here's Adam Gardner. Once again, we're back watching him here, but now he's actually getting closer to Woodward. Try and take back that position. Now, Gardner has actually started in P90, but obviously was involved in the incidents earlier on. Has lost a couple positions. As a result, just look at how much he's sliding in the Honda NSX. Just waiting for a mistake to happen, but he seems to be holding on strong for now. Chris Jones driving currently in P30, closing up to Hill a little bit. As that clock is ticking, so in a little bit more than half an hour we're going to see the first driver swaps happening. Curious to see how that one's going to play out in the end. Here is Daniel Halvertson watching. Interestingly enough, according to my software, He is actually in P40. What's going on? Has my software crashed? Yes, it has. Alright, interesting. Alright, looks like my software is just completely done for. Oops, what's going on? Alright, my race controls crash. I'm just gonna have to do the observing manually for a little bit here. I'm gonna try and get that fixed. I think I'm gonna have to restart the program here. It looks like race control has crashed on me. We're gonna try booting that up again. See if I can get it working again. I don't know what has happened there, but looks like the race control had just crashed, so therefore I wasn't able to watch the live timings anymore. Alright, it appears that my program is no longer interested in starting up, so I hope that I can get back in. At the moment I can't even swap drivers anymore. Don't know exactly why that's happening. It looks like the game dyne is just completely out. I see if I could do the observing manually here. I'm going to try and get back in as soon as I can, but don't really know why this is happening here. It looks like the connection is just closing out. I don't think there's much else for me to do than try and rejoin the server. Because, well, I currently can't control anything, which is really unfortunate. Okay, so I'm quickly going to rejoin the server. We'll be right back. Alright, we are back. It appears that my software had crashed and therefore it didn't show the correct information anymore. I wasn't able to swap POVs anymore, but it appears it is back. Don't know what had happened exactly, but it is what it is. We're just gonna have to continue with what we have to work with tonight. Here's Sven Corvin, also one of the drivers for FRL. Only unfortunate thing is now that I can't see anymore who has pitted and who hasn't. I'm gonna try and keep track of that manually, but we're gonna miss a few because there's still 47 drivers in the race. So we've seen one disconnect, presumably from the Lamborghini that was in the last place for quite a while. And here is Sergio Osorio. Good to see him back as well. I believe he was actually driving in the Amigos Racing League as well, if I'm not mistaken, Split 1. It's at least a name that I very much remember now. I'm not able to verify that source at the moment. Maybe I'm mistaken as well. That is a Lamborghini going off into the distance. That is Ruud Burakovsky. Into the wall he goes. Already quite a few laps down. It's not going to make it much easier. Liam Knott on the absolute limit there. Over the grass, just a tiny bit, but he was able to keep it going. Didn't spin out, which is the most important part. Makes his way through the S's. Still chasing Xompel for the 11th position that is. Raf, for example, representing MSR Esports. It's a team that is currently not at the top when it comes to the standings. Just quickly having a look here. I don't think they have set a racing at all, actually, now that I see. Nope, they're actually... this is their first race they're doing here, so MSR Esports. Find themselves currently without any points, so it's going to be interesting to see where they end up later on after this one. Because obviously this season lasts quite a while. This season... consists of 10 races in total. This is the second one we're watching. The first one was in January. This one's in February. And it's going to take a while for the season to be over. It's going to take to the end of the year here. Neil Woodward Ferrari 296 spun out. So he has to let the other FRL cars out. There's actually 4 FRL cars all driving together now, but on separate laps. Neil Woodward will be the one getting out of the way. Also ensure that he doesn't make it more difficult than it should be for the other drivers around him. This is one of those drivers, Benjamin Eck. Currently in 3rd position. Believe it or not, it's actually Keenan slightly ahead. Well, for some reason he was showing as 3rd before, but he was still ahead. In the number 441. Audi R8, the only Audi that we have on the grid tonight. Every time I say tonight, it's because I'm used to doing night races. I don't usually do races that start this early during the day, so apologies for any confusion. Or maybe you're watching in Asia. In that case, it is obviously night for you already, or the Middle East. Here's Nikolaos Partsiotis. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Greek driver. Currently in P25. Made his way past Nerbe and Osorio. This man profits as well. That's Dick van der Klis, driver for Gazelle Motorsport. Is able to make good use of the drivers going off ahead of him, or at least losing quite a bit of time there, but loses 1 position back to Oliver Nerbe. German driver moves up to P26. At least for now. And here we have another interesting group to watch as well. Sven Corvin currently leading this group for FRL Racing Team. Behind we've got Giovannini, Calo, as well as Van Eck. These 4 currently all within half a second of each other. Group led by the Dutchman of Sven Corvin, as I mentioned before. Now making his way all over the straight before you get into the SS. Looks like they'll all make their way through safely. One of the cars falling behind a little bit here. There was Van Eck, was a little bit slower through the SS, and therefore probably have to just wait with attacking a little bit longer. Now that's the first hairpin, and then you've got the second one coming up, the Goddard's corner. Corner number 12, and also the last one of the track. There they go. Headed into lap number 19 now. So it roughly costs a little bit more than 1.5 minutes to make your way across the circuit. That being said, we're gonna see, well, everybody put up quite a few numbers here. Ooh, Dick van der Klis. Into the wall he goes at the Melbourne hairpin. Doesn't only lose time, I think it's also damaged his car quite significantly. Which is not good to see, because Gazelle Motorsport was actually doing really well in the amateur championship, set in P5 at the moment. So a good result is necessary here. And now, those 2 small groups we've seen before, led by Sergio Osorio, now has become a little bit bigger. It's Gardner, Hill, Barth, Jones, Tiziani, Taylor and Nota all involved in an on-track battle for position. And we're currently watching Mickey Taylor as well. It's gone off, but I think he's driving again. Yes, perfect. So back to the big group we go, because that's where the most action is happening at the moment. It is the Portuguese driver currently leading that group. Then ahead of him we have Vartsiotis and May as well, both battling for on-track position. So we're currently already at the hairpin, so roughly 3.5 seconds, maybe 4 ahead of the rest of that group. Just look how big that group is, and they're all fighting for position. There's not a single lap car involved in this. And this is where we really see there's an opportunity to get ahead of everybody else here. But how can you do that safely? That's probably what they're wondering as well. At the moment, it will be the NSX leading. We see May losing the position to Vartsiotis. And it is this battle that still goes on. Flashing lights everywhere. Another car coming out of the pits now. That's a BMW M4. I believe that was the cock there. Neil Woodward once again finds himself losing quite a bit of time. Where penalties have been handed out as well to Tiziani, De Kock and Spallino. So they're going to have to serve those somewhere in the next 4 hours. Obviously, if they don't, then they're going to be served at the end of the race. But I think you might as well do it when you do a driver's swap. You might as well serve out the 20 seconds that you have, or the 5 seconds, or the 10 seconds. Liam Knott as well as Nidor also have gotten penalties, 15 and 20 seconds respectfully. So first penalties handed out now. Here's to see how those are going to play into the long-term strategies that we're going to see here at Donington Park. Looks like the weather won't change anytime soon either, so most of the drivers should be getting used to it now. Sergio Osorio makes a small mistake. It's the BMW behind actually losing even more time. So now we'll see a switch up when it comes to the positions there. This is the McLaren going very wide to try and avoid. That is the Gazelle Motorsport car going off there to try and avoid the rest. I think he underestimated how long the braking zone was going to be. And Dick van der Klis, facing the wrong way around the S's, is able to continue his journey luckily, but he's for sure out of that battle, at least for now. So Mickey Taylor's now kind of the new leader of that group. That group has been split in two now as well, thanks to the incidents happening. And here's William Giovanni in P19. So in the middle of that group he is, flashing his lights. Definitely not happy with how things are going at the moment. Sven Korving right ahead of him. I wonder if maybe something happened between the two. I haven't seen it personally. There's a reason he's flashing, obviously. Looking to dive down the inside here of Sven Korving. And I think he'll stick that move as well. Obviously, it's going to be easier being on that side. Now, actually, you can see that the other BMW, that's the same team as well. Both of them are Vesta Sport BMWs here. And oh, there's the touch between Korving as well as the driver behind now. Oh, no. It's actually Willem Giovanni there, coming to a halt, trying to avoid the Dutchman. And now a little bit of a shake-up in that group. It's now Korving, Gallo, Van Eck, and then we see Ferrari and Giovannini. So the Vesta Sports losing out, thanks to that little contact here. It is Terence Keenan now, losing the position to Benjamin Eck. And interestingly enough, they're involved in a lot of traffic here. Now, dealing with traffic is obviously part of endurance racing, so you know what happened, but it's quite tough seeing out there how on such a well, small, narrow track, just like all the other British tracks that you see, right? Oulton Park, Snetterton for that matter. They're all quite narrow, so not very good for wheel-to-wheel racing. Oh, Simone Tiziani on that rejoin almost gets hit, but he has the Martin. Had to go off his line to avoid him there, but he's just about managed to do so. There's Bailey Thompson in the 2S Esports Team Blue car. That's another Vesta Sport BMW behind as well. They've got 3 teams signed up in this event. Or at least 3 currently standing in the standings, so I'm interested to see how that's going to play down in the end. There's 3 hours and 23 minutes remaining of the race here, so we've got quite a long while to go, but it's been very eventful. Proving that is Simeone Giannini rather, going off, and so does Nikolaos Partsiotis. They managed to rejoin the track safely, but obviously it's going to cost them some time here. Here is Rafael Xompel getting closer to the Aston Martin ahead of him. That is Liam Knott still behind the wheel. Is he going to get close enough for a move on? Coming out of Coppice corner now. Now, I know myself that corner actually looks quite innocent. It's quite a deceiving corner, and actually winds up, tightens up just a little bit here. Makes the entry real awkward. If you get it wrong, then you're going to lose a lot of time there. It's Rafael Xompel. Now, too far away to make a move, fortunately. They were only 1/10 of a second apart, but now slowly but surely going to have to give up the attacker. Here is Dave van Eck. Behind the Spanishman of Kiko Gallo. Is it Gallo? Probably Gallo. I think Kiko Gallo. In the Porsche following right behind. Once again, we've seen a change for the second place as well. Once again, it is Keenan now. Benjamin Eck taking it to defend himself. So the FRL team's actually fighting within each other as well, which is really fun to see. By being teammates, and obviously, main priority is keeping things cleaner. The last thing you want to do is to take out your own teammate, but it is fun to see. It is definitely good as well to encourage, I think, to still be racing. Obviously within the limits, right? Just adds for that extra little intensity that you've got. Sven Corving ahead of Kiko Gallo. I think like he'll stay like that for a while, at least a little bit longer. Don't think we're going to see a lot of action there. Now towards the back in P32 we've got Davide Monsu. He is still very close by Jordan May, but Jordan May goes very wide there in the last turn, and as a result has to give up the position. And now also Spallino getting closer. They're actually side by side now, but Michele Spallino finds himself on the outside, so it should just be Jordan May defending this one quite easily there. Obviously having the inside line is going to make it easier, so he at least only loses one position. And now as a result you can see that the BMW is getting closer to him as well, and Michele Spallino falls all the way back now. Kiko Gallo overtakes Sven Corving at the same time, so he's now making his way past and now finds himself in P17. It's actually also the other driver involved in the BMW is also a driver that got taken over for position there. That is Dave van Eck in Era Esports. The Polish driver, I assume he's half Polish, half Dutch, or perhaps half Belgian. And here's a battle for P37. Now we haven't seen a lot of those battles at the back, but this is one of them. Daniel Halvorsen. Then behind we've got Besseling as well as Neil Woodward from Formula Racing League team. I believe that is team 3, but I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that, please. And more penalties handed out as well now. We've got 5 on this page alone. We've got Tiziani, Spallino, Bayliss, and De Kock on 15 seconds, and Mariano on 20 already. Thanks to the live stewards doing their work. That was good to see that. Well, that's how professionalized they are, having live stewards handing out penalties. Which makes it a little nicer to see. Here's Nikolaos Bartsiotis. The overtake is from behind, and oh, what has happened here? That is, first of all, the Audi involved in that one. Oh no, I'm gonna need a replay of that one. What has happened here towards the front? So many drivers involved for position, including the Audi that was in P2 and P3 for the entire race. Well, what has actually happened here? It's hard to say, really. Where was the actual battle? I don't see it. And where's the Audi? I don't even see him anymore. I can't even spectate to check, really. Okay, we're gonna do another replay of that because it was kind of hard for me to tell which drivers were involved. And oh no, it's an absolute massacre. Alright, one more replay we go. So, here we go. It is the Audi of Keenan. Just doing its own thing, but where is it all gone wrong? Looks to be going alright just now. BMW following behind. Seems all good. And oh no, it's actually a back marker that has just punted the Audi going off, and then just gets back onto the track. He wasn't able to stop himself from going back on. Now you can see just how many drivers were involved in that. It's going to be the Audi having to recover from all the way now. Is the Audi even still driving? Yes, he is. Keenan finds himself in P7 now, having lost quite a few positions as a result of that incident. We'll be making our way back over. Amadeo de Keizer. Ooh. Tricky rejoin at that needle. Gets himself a drive-through penalty. Little dodgy towards the end there. We also see one of the Formula Racing League drivers in there. James Williams goes wide onto the grass. It's absolute chaos here. Where is it all gone wrong here? I mean, we've now seen that there's one man that profits from all of this, and that's Luke Addison. Luke Addison now in P1 with a 6.5 second margin. So he's actually very happy that this has happened. Obviously, we've seen Keenan fallen off a little bit, and then there's also Eck, which is just, well, he's fallen back even further, I believe. Actually, to confirm that, I quickly gotta see who he's together with. Do I even see him anymore? I don't see them anymore at all. Have they just left the server? No, they are still in P3. Am I blind? Oh yes, I'm just blind. Alright, that's what it is. Yes, no, they're still driving. Benjamin Eck is still going, but he has lost quite a bit of time. So that here is another driver off, and this time it's Chris Jones. It's the back of his Porsche. Able to rejoin the track safely, but we'll lose quite a bit of time there. That damage definitely isn't going to help your rider. Yannick Petschke is the driver we're currently aboard with, and as I say that, it's Neil Woodward once again finding himself on the sand rather. Taking him quite a bit of time to recover as well. I think he stalled the engine. But at least he's able to keep going again. And as I say that, it's another driver going off. It is William Giovinini, excuse me. In P20, able to continue the race, but losing 2 positions thanks to the little incident that he's had over there. There's Amadeo de Keizer also in the wall. What is happening? They're all struggling at the moment. It doesn't seem to be a good day for a lot of drivers here. They kept it so clean at the start, and I was so proud to say that. But now, I don't know what's happening here. It is around the time that most drivers are going to get ready to swap that we see this happening. Here's Yannick Petschke as well. The Advisor Racing Team. Obviously, we talked a little bit about the sponsor. That is a marketing agency based in Switzerland. And oh, Chris Jones, not again. Slides across. Actually, could have been much worse. He's able to, well, get back on the track here. And sure, lose a couple positions, letting the other drivers pass, but it's only 3, so definitely could have been worse there. Obviously not something you want to see here. And interestingly enough, though, we found a new driver on the server now on 1 lap only. It says Casper Duvalois, I'm not sure. But in P49 he is driving apparently. It says he's only done 1 lap so far, so don't know what the exact reasoning behind that is, but welcome to the server, I guess. It seems like the gaps between the drivers are becoming bigger and bigger now. So we're almost an hour into the race. 45 minutes have passed already. And we're seeing Yannick Petschke here. It's one of the only few drivers still close here. And here is Terence Keenan now having to battle Liam Knott. Now, Liam Knott obviously has a 15-second penalty. But that doesn't mean he's just gonna let Terence Keenan go. Both making the way through the Craner curves now. Looks like the Audi's still bloody rapid, but Aston Martin is within real close succession so far. Doesn't find the space to make a move yet, but I think he's gonna try and keep pushing around this East Midlands based track. And actually the track I'm gonna be visiting soon. Marco Zaccari has also gone off, but has recovered the situation there. And we now see more drivers pitting. Here is Rafael Xompel. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the first driver swap from them. It'll be a little bit early perhaps, but maybe they were planning to do it that way. Marco Zaccari, his little time loss has now caused the driver behind to come close to him. As the BMW, the current lead AM driver, that being Sam Vaughan. Currently is P1 in the AM race of things. Then we've got Dave van Eck and also Sven Korving. Here's Antonio Nota, a driver that hasn't gotten a lot of screen time. We've mentioned him before, and he had a little bit of a moment, but other than that, he's kind of been out of the vision for us a little bit here. But now he has to be careful, because behind him we see Taylor Dobos and Vartsiotis, the Greek driver. All coming closer and closer here. Just looks like Nota currently doesn't have the pace. His last lap was a little bit slower than we might have expected. It was a 1:49.8. Now you can see as well that Taylor and Dobos are getting closer. Obviously Dobos, the only reason he's here is because he's a bit of time. His last lap was a 2:45. That was because of the driver swap, of course. The Slovak driver fresh in the driver's seat. Just did his first lap coming out of the pits here. And here we see Terence Keenan might lose the position to Liam Knott just now. Looks like he'll stay ahead for now, using all of the tractor, including the green little bit of AstroTurf as well, on the pit exit, that is. But it looks like a stay ahead for the time being. Hendrik Horvath has spun his BMW. Has to wait to rejoin, so loses the position to Nico Veldman. Will happily say thank you very much, I'll take that. And now he has to get out of the way for all the other drivers. So Hendrik Horvath loses free position thanks to that one little incident. Jan Barth facing the wrong way onto the S's. Makes me think he's had a little bit of oversteer steering into the second corner perhaps. Not good to see, but he's just able to keep the car going. Here's Nigel Longden. It's now the car of Chris Jones. 792 Porsche. Also completing their first driver swap of today. Now we will be seeing them swap back eventually. That's roughly around the 2-hour mark if they're going full length. At least that being the maximum length. And Jan Barth loses the position here to the Slovak driver just in the car already. His first overtake. It is Nico Dobos. Overtake the position. And actually one of the two Slovakian drivers in the car. There's another one, I'm pretty sure. If I'm not mistaken, there were two. Yes, there are. More driver swaps happening. Here's Mark GG for FRL Racing Team. Has taken over the McLaren from his FRL teammate. And we now also see Dominic Illiger made his way back into the car. for the 2S Esports Team Blue. That obviously is a pro team, so they're actually struggling quite a bit this race. But maybe they'll be able to recover skill. I don't think 2S has set a score yet either. Here's Liam Knott in P6. According to the game, I believe he's still P7. Pretty sure Keenan is still ahead, indeed he is. Terrence Keenan, you can see him there. And if it wasn't for that incident, I believe that he would have still been P2 or P3, because Benjamin Eck actually had gotten away with it before. He avoided the majority of the incident and can still fight for position here. Obviously, Francesco Adamo will happily take that position. He's currently the highest Vesta Sport driver, and Vesta Sport are doing quite well on the championship overall. They're currently set P6, P7 and P8. Participating in the events with 3 teams. So that's always good to see as well. Looks like Mario Mariano has gone off in the Lexus. I think sooner or later we're going to have to see him pit anyways, because Tom Brunel will take over the wheel. We also see more penalties handed out now. We can see that Brown has got himself a drive-through penalty. The rest kind of yet to serve the penalties they already had. So now we see Alan Brown come in for FRL. Is he going to be driving across, or is he going to pit as well? I believe he's first going to serve his pit stop. I'm pretty sure that this pit lane was a little bit further back here. So getting rid of the penalty early to focus on the rest of the race. That seems to be the plan. Dave van Eck is getting closer to the Ferrari 296. That is Daniel Krischneider, Hungarian driver, has taken over the wheel in the number 220 car here. And here are the duos again. You can now see here, so he's actually together with DKIS. And Dave van Eck soon also swapping out for B. Kraan, that is. So soon we're going to see all those driver swaps happening. Here's Terrence Keenan, goes into the pits, probably doing their driver swap for the first time. We see a freeway battle still. This is a 4P30. And it is currently Petschke leading that, but Anderson takes over the position. Cody Besselink is going to slot in behind. Loses the position at the Melbourne hairpit, and now is make our way into the Goddard's corner. We can see in the background one of the McLarens going off. I'm not entirely sure who that was. It's kind of difficult to see, but he's just driving again, so it's not going to cost him a major amount of time. But these mistakes which you will count up here. Here we see James Williams. He's looking front end damage on the car representing a FRL Racing Team. That is quite a big margin. That's never good to see. But obviously the race is still very long. So you might see these things change around a little bit later. Here's Simone Tizianini. He obviously had a little bit of an incident himself, and that has kind of caused the battle for the lead to change as well. Or well, the battle for second place rather, but yeah, involved in an incident early, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some kind of penalty applied for that later on as well. It was quite a big one, although I don't know if it was kind of out of his control. Now, it was kind of hard to tell from my perspective. And these 4 are all driving for position as well. It is Nikolaos Varchiosis, and as I say now, what has happened to Davide Monsu? It's gone off very wide there. Just looked like he missed the braking zone completely. That's not good to see, but it is what it is, I guess. Veldman headed into the pits now. He'll be swapping drivers soon, excuse me. Dropping swipers? What does that mean? Not entirely sure what I meant to say there, but well, it is what it is here. Dave van Eck, 9th position. Chris Schneider made a small mistake. Has to simply wait behind here, and now we see Nico Veldman back out on track apparently. And in P18, that is now behind the Honda of Adam Gardner. Obviously, this was the car that we saw struggle very early on in the race. You can still see that he's still just sliding around a little bit here. So the Honda definitely seems like it is, well, not necessarily undrivable, but definitely risky here. Needle serves his mandatory drive-through penalty that he has picked up, and Nico Veldman makes his way past the Honda NSX. Danny van Uhm headed into the pits as well. There's a McLaren stalled there, and just look at how much Adam Gardner is struggling for grip at the moment in the Honda. Not looking good for him in the end. We see Terence Keenan has come in, and maybe he's doing the event alone then, I'm not entirely sure, but he is back in the car in P20 nonetheless, so obviously he's now free to go for another 65 minutes. A little bit less now, of course, since he's already done the lap, but stint timers obviously are there for a reason, right? And well, in a 4-hour race you really can't afford to keep the same tires on at all. Here's Pierre Ferrari. Ooh, he touches the back of Adam Gardner and then spins him around as well. At least bounces him in the direct direction and actually gets pitted in return. Ooh, you can see as well Adam Gardner wasn't happy about that one. Sure, he was driving a little bit slower perhaps than he was meant to. But I don't think it was as bad as it looked. Mark Bayliss, the TSR livery, still got a 15-second time penalty to serve as well. We've got Anderson behind with a drive-through now. 3 live stewards doing a lot of work right now. Adam Gardner has a touch with the other car right behind. It was on the Divesta Sports, and I've just seen a car gone off, but I don't know what it was exactly. Here we see Drew Barkowski. 41 laps still, and Liam de Kock also in a damaged BMW. Jan Barf looked like he was involved in a incident as well. I believe that was the McLaren ahead of him involved in that one too, because it looks like that one's taken a little hit as well. So interestingly enough, towards the middle of the race, it looks like the incidents are more bound to happen rather than the beginning, which is really weird, because normally you'd think that in the end, you know, so many drivers driving on a small space towards the front, these incidents might happen, but in the end it was all good. Here's Danny van Uhm. Look at how many drivers are involved there. Some of them are pitting. We saw one BMW come in there, but Danny stays out. You can just see how many drivers are in the pit at the same time. Obviously the stint timer is running out slowly but surely, so that's why we now have a lot of new drivers into the race, finally getting a chance to get behind the wheel here. And I was told to look for one driver. Here we see Tristan Sleutel taking over the Gazelle Motorsport car, but the one I'm looking for is a certain Belgian driver. I don't see him out there yet, so I did actually see the Lexus come in. That's the only thing I have to look for. Is Tom Brunel, of course, I'm talking about. Here's Oliver Nerbe, spins it around. He's able to keep it in the correct direction, gets out of the way as well for the other cars before returning to the race safely. Here's Amadeo de Keizer. He's not having a great time, and indeed there he is. Tom Brunel makes his way over in the Lexus. Number 61 driver, that is. Currently set in P42 or so. We've got a handful of disconnects, but the most drivers are still driving. We've seen, I believe, 4 drivers disappear from the grid now, so nothing major yet. Here's Nico Dobos. It's a big train of cars. It's led by Adam Gardner. So that means that there are some of the drivers also on lapped, that are getting lapped or either lapping the cars. So a bit chaotic there towards the end of the circuit here. But I think they'll be alright for now. There it is Nigel Longden. Has been spun around. Tom Bunil also had a yellow flag mark next to him. Makes me think that they were both involved in an incident of some sort. And maybe on separate occasions, I'm not entirely sure. It's kind of difficult to tell, of course, because some drivers are already on 40 laps, whereas others are still on 47. So just looking at the position alone doesn't always reveal if the drivers were, well, involved with a lap car, or if perhaps they were just two standalone incidents. Alan Brown has spun on his own, however, and I'm very sure at, but only loses 2 positions as a result, so not the end of the world here. Here is Saro HD. And the Aston Martin gets out of the way there because obviously the BMW you just saw, that is the BMW of Gabor Sablo. He's gone behind the wheel of the car. So it's Hungarian duo in this race, GTR Masters. And it looks like they were all doing well here. Luke Addison loses positions now. And it is now actually Alex Zakdal finds himself leading the race. Alex Zakdal, obviously the teammate of Benjamin Eck. Behind him we've got Carlo Barberi. He's one of the Vesta Sport Team 1 drivers. And well, Luke Addison now finds himself behind there. Obviously, might have been an incident out of his control here. Here we see now more drivers are pitting now. I saw Varciolis coming in. Here he is again. It is now Arton Kuikhoven who's taken over the wheel here. So the Dutchman teamed up with the Greek driver. Let's see if this guy is as good as the other Arton that I know. Obviously that being Ayrton Senna. One of the most legendary Formula 1 drivers, of course, of all time. Here we see Frank Zadivi. He's also new to the race. We've seen him before in qualifying, but now finally out there. Short behind the wheel. This is the second lap he's going to be finishing. Here we have another 4-way battle here for P27. It's currently led by Arton Kuikhoven, and then we've got Fabian Karner, and we've got Witter and Nibali. These 4 you're seeing here, starting off with the BMW of Kuikhoven. These are all 4 positions as well. It's 2 BMWs, McLaren and a Porsche. Oh, there's the contact. And it is both drivers spinning around. Fabian Karner as well as Arton Kuikhoven. They'll both be able to rejoin the race at least, but they will lose a couple positions on the rejoin. Is Arton Kuikhoven once again hitting another driver. That's not what you want to see. Oh well, it's safe to say that some drivers definitely very sloppy on their rejoins. Not what you love to see here, especially if, considering this is an event where people obviously participating with an entry fee. There's another car going off in the background, James Williams. No, they weren't actually involved. There and Williams there, both going off on their own, despite well driving next to each other. Let's swap over to Dave van Eck. The BMW ahead of Sam Vaughan is for position, so P12 and P13, and this is actually also a battle for the lead in the AM class, so definitely very good racing we're seeing out of them here. And look at the margin as well between these two and the rest of the AM field. It's really impressive to see how big the gap really is. It's roughly on top of my head, it's like 35 seconds. That just shows that these drivers have definitely done their homework when it comes to their track. Practiced a lot, because otherwise you are not able to keep up with some of the professional drivers. Only thing I can say is, well, incredibly well done at that. Here's Andrea Baudetta. He is now in the car of the no brakes racers. Obviously that was the car that we saw involved in a big incident and has shaken up the entire battle for second place. Now finds himself in a Formula Racing League sandwich. We see BMW M4, then we see the Porsche, and then we see Adam Brown right behind that as well. And here's another... Oh, there was a marking for Drew Burakovsky, but it appears it is gone now, so I'm not entirely sure what has happened now. This is Carlo Barbieri we're watching. He is doing similar lap times to Edison, but the last lap time actually from Luke Edison was the quickest lap of the race, that being a 1:31.255. As you can see, it looks like, as of right now, that the weather conditions is not going to change anytime soon. Now, that's obviously synchronized with the real-life weather as well, so that's pretty cool to see. I have never seen that before, I gotta admit. Which also means that if I look at the live weather broadcast, of course, I'm gonna see that the weather might not change at all. If I go to the website here, AccuWeather, and then look at the weather now, apparently it's set to Bathurst for some reason. I believe that is not where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to obviously be set to Donington Park, and that's also where the weather's coming from. Obviously it's the UK, so it tends to rain there quite a lot. No big surprise there. I'm actually curious to see what that's going to be when I head over there. I'm gonna head over there for the British Touring Car Championship season. What season is it? I'm not entirely sure actually, but British Touring Car Championship opener at Donington National. Obviously we'll see them return to the track later on as well, but that's for the GP layout, so we'll see how that gets along later on. This is Dave van Eck, driving for Era Esports, and looks like he's doing the entire race alone. That's really impressive, really. Can't imagine driving for that long. Mark GG makes a small mistake, loses the position to Arton Kuikhoven as well as Nibali. Here is Fabian Karner. Doesn't really seem like he's involved in the action anymore, just chasing down Holzer, but looks like Holzer's actually doing similar race pace to him. Here we have Nigel Longden, Alan Brown, as well as James Williams, still in the same order as it was before here. All just focusing on doing their own thing. Doesn't look like we'll see a change for position anytime soon, or will we? Another driver making his way around as well. That is the Italian McLaren that we saw before. Kiss moves to one position, and Adam Anderson. Have they touched? I want to see that again here. Was there a touch? No, not at all. It was just him spinning on his own, because I saw him losing the position. And that made me think that perhaps there was an incident of some sort, but turns out that that is not the case. As we head back into the live display of things. This is for me going to be the last 50 minutes I'm going to be watching. Nigel Longden now. I think he's just made the pass stick, absolutely. Williams. Well, I have to wait behind, and it will be Nigel Longden moving up one position. And now I see as well that actually the driver behind those Era Esports car has a 45-second penalty. That is a very significant penalty to have. Here is Adam Anderson. 6/10 behind Jofrida. That is the 968 car you see over there. And he makes a small mistake, so maybe he's able to catch him a little bit. Maybe that's just an alternative line. The gap is still roughly the same for now. You can see that the car behind, that being the other McLaren, it's number 51. He wants to get out of there. He's obviously ahead of the other drivers, but now that doesn't really seem to be a safe space to let him by without losing too much speed himself, so he's opted not to. Here's a freeway battle for P27. It is SHD. Then we have Holzer and Karner. So they have been driving together quite a while now. Christoph Holzer, relatively new in the car, hasn't been in there for a while now. Making their way through the old hairpin. This track obviously used to be a lot shorter. Now you can see it's just grass over there, so that layout obviously not in use anymore. Currently it's only the two layouts that we have seen before. So there's one which is just like this. One that we're currently watching, it's called the GP layout. And then obviously there's also the national circuit, which is quintessentially the same circuit. But here you see that after the Starkey Straight, which is a straight we're currently watching, you'll see that they turn left onto the S's. But on the national circuit you go to the right there. So it is essentially the S's, but just reversed, and then immediately onto the start-finish straight. So you don't have to do the two hairpins. Makes the track flow a little bit faster as well. And it's usually used for the lower racing classes. With that, I want you to think about the MX-5 Cups and cars along these lines. Although, that being said, the British Touring Car Championship actually uses both. So, interesting to see how that one plays out. And you can actually see as well that some cars really struggle with those hairpins. Obviously, the BTCC cars all a very experienced driver between them. And this track obviously is used for the British GT as well, which, well, as you might have guessed, is also the reason it's in the game here. It came with the British DLC. I believe those tracks that they gave to us were Brands Hatch, Donington Park, Wilton Park, and Snetterton. Because Silverstone already was in the base game, or maybe it was the other way around and Brands Hatch was already in and Silverstone was added. I'm not entirely sure. There's probably some Assetto Corsa Competizione expert in the chat that knows, because I'm not entirely sure about the details myself. Alright, what has happened here then? Let's catch up with the chat, because I haven't in a while. There's a lot of comments I've missed on too. I'll step into car 72. Which one is that? Not now. 72. I'm looking for it. Can't really seem to find it though at the moment. But there's only 44 drivers left, so there's a chance that the car is retired. It's safe to say that the back markers have played quite a big role in this. The incidents coming around for the back markets, of course, well deserved, because, well, they're the reason that the race kind of is the way it is, right? If you think about it. Obviously, we saw the big incident, and well, as a result, you saw some drivers losing up to 30 seconds. I want to say even it was crazy to see. Here is Alex Sackdahl. Currently finds himself very close by the drivers, but it appears that once again my race control has crashed, interestingly enough. So I'm gonna have to rejoin in, because now I can't see any positions change anymore, which is really frustrating. I don't know why that's happening. And if anybody has any clue as to why that could be happening, because for me it's very frustrating, because I just have got no clue as to why this is happening. So what I'm quickly gonna do is to make sure that I can keep up with the race here, is going to the beer back screen, rejoin the server as soon as I can, and then we'll be back. Here we are again. It appears that my race control once again crashed, so quite unfortunate, but we have seen some positions change. It is Luke Addison back in the lead. That was actually the fight that we were watching earlier for the race control. Once again had disconnected for, well, some unknown reason, but it's very frustrating to see it happen, so hoping it doesn't stay around for longer. A very short yellow flag, but immediately resolved. I feel like one driver lost a little bit of time, but then got back into it. It was actually this man who caused it most likely. Liam de Kock gets out of the way for the faster cars approaching as well, obviously. This battle's still going on, despite it being started like 20 minutes ago. This Holzer versus Fabian Karner. And it's currently Holzer leading. He has been leading since the beginning of that battle. Fabian Karner has had some good opportunities to try and get past here, but with them doing very similar lap times, being in the same car, it's very tricky to get that overtake actually to stick. Obviously, it is the Advisor Racing team that we are watching. It's a marketing agency based in Switzerland. Obviously, he told us as well in the chat that that was a circuit that well. Sorry, that was actually a real life sponsor, and obviously a good friend of him, which is why he chose to have that. We have seen Arton Kuykoven lose the position to Nibali, and now he's made his way back up. These two are battling for position, but once again my race control seems to be stuck. If anybody knows what is happening at the moment, it's kind of weird. But it appears that my race control keeps crashing. And I've got no clue as to why that even could be. I can see that Drew Burakovsky has retired his car though. Here's Nigel Longden. Finds himself ahead of Nerbe. He is overtaken and now finds himself in P39. It appears the program is just not working how it should be. Once again, it has disconnected me from the race, but it's very weird because I can still use the camera controls. So if anybody can tell me what's going on with that, I'm trying to do my best without having it to my disposal, but it makes holding on to the battles quite difficult. Here is Mickey Taylor. Gives up a couple positions to ensure that he doesn't get into the way of the other cars. Maybe decided it would be safer to play it like that. Not entirely sure what the reasoning was. Here's Arton Kuykoven. I'm just doing something. Obviously, I now have to go off the live timings that I see on my screen, which are well updated less frequently. And I hope eventually I can get the program to work again. But it's very frustrating to see it happen like this. So bear with me here while I try to do the most that I can with it. Gabor Zablo. Once again, battling it out. Okay, I have a plan here. I'm gonna go to the BR back screen one more time and try and fix it. So what I've tried to do now is I've just completely gone back to the different version that I still had installed, and I hope that fixes the issue. I don't exactly know why it keeps disconnecting me, but it's quite frustrating, so it is what it is. We're just gonna have to deal with the consequences here. But yeah, the camera work might be a little bit worse from now on. And meanwhile, let's see what is happening with the overall standings of the race here. We've seen Edison is in the lead now. Assetto still in second place. We see the teammate of Benjamin Eck. And we have Carlo Barberi for the Vesta Sport BMW. And, well, it's going to be interesting to see how that one pans out here towards the end there. Because obviously we're going to see some kind of standing change there. Especially considering McLeod Racing Team is currently finding themselves a couple positions before they really, behind where they really want to be. Remember, it is one of the Astons. It is indeed Amadeo de Kaiser driving for McLeod. So if he stays in this position, then we're going to see FRL as well as Vesta Sport most likely move over them. Here is Salam Anderson. He also had a little bit of a slip and slide, and there's a big incident. Multiple cars involved, as Harry Witter as well as Kamer, and I believe there was another car that was a bit further behind them. So what has actually happened? Well, it seems they were doing right. Oh, and the Porsche just punched the other Porsche completely, and well, the unfortunate BMW right behind of Harry Witter, there's absolutely nothing that he could have done to try and prevent that from happening. It's never good to see. Here's Dave Macaretta in the essentially unmarked Aston Martin here. I'm not entirely sure if the livery didn't synchronize. That's most likely the case here. So probably David Macaretta actually has a custom livery sent in. But I can't guarantee you as to why that has happened. Tom Brunel also driving a little bit slower. But he's at least going again. And here we find Simon Turner into the wall. Can't avoid the wall at all. The grass just simply too slippery. And also Tom Curtin finds himself facing the wrong way. Obviously unrelated. Yeah, they both have to try and rejoin safely now, which, you know, from experience can't be done properly all the times. There's another Porsche coming off. That is Nigel Longden. Once again, the 792. Finds himself, well, going the wrong way. At least he's able to keep the car going, so not the end of the world there. Here's Tom Curtin. Getting chased by Turner from FRL. Tom Curtin representing Astro Racing Team B, so that's the amateur team that they've sent in. We see the amateur division has less teams at the moment signed up for it here. So we've got 19 teams in the amateur. And we've got 27 in the pro class. So pro class obviously a little bit more loaded, which is also why you see more white and red here on the standings. Now, for me, there's 30 minutes to go, which means there's 30 minutes remaining till the halftime point. Fabian Karner takes the move up the inside of the Aston Martin, which went very wide. There's RHD. Made a small mistake and got out of the way for the Porsche. Now the Porsche in P31. Here's Gabor Sabo again. Obviously, he was the teammate of, and as I said it correctly, Hendrik Horvat. You can see all the time splits at the moment. You can see some drivers, well, already a lap behind or even two. Which just shows that even at such a high level, even at such a competitive field, sometimes thanks to certain things happenings, you will see that, you know, some of the best drivers tend to be somewhere stuck in the middle. Ooh, Amadeo de Kaiser. touches the Honda NSX a little bit, and battle's still far from over. And this is actually a battle for position as well. Amadeo Kaiser should be ahead now, but on the outside line, I don't think he can stick that. Was on the head on the straight for a tiny bit, but obviously being on the outside of the first corner, difficult to maintain that position. As a result, he will once again fall off there. So Amadeo de Keizer did really well at the Hungaroring, excuse me. Hockenheim obviously isn't in the game, unfortunately. It's one of the tracks that I really, really want. They have added the Red Bull Ring coming with the GT2 update. But to be honest, I'm not a big fan of them. The Red Bull Ring to me is a track that just doesn't really do it. Tom Curtin, oh no, that's never a good sign. Spins a little bit, but now everybody's driving slowly. Yeah, the FRL car wanted to pass safely, but well, sometimes these things get very hectic. A bit awkward as well. Here's Sven Corving. Was doing a little bit better, but has fallen off a little bit, obviously thanks to some incidents. Speaking of incidents, almost everybody served their penalties apart from the number 16 car, which is currently getting chased by Sven Corving. So that is Carl van Hoorn, the Astro Racing Team A. So that is a team in the Pro Split. And Sven Corving, obviously, if you look at the total time, he is ahead. Because obviously of that 15-second penalty that he had to serve. Here's Kevin Mangodi. Also driving for Vesta Sport. I believe that is the Vesta Sport team number 2. If I'm not mistaken. He's getting closer to Sven Corving. This is a freeway battle. It's Van Hoorn leading with the 15-second penalty. Then you've got Corving and Mangodi right behind. And then the gap behind him is 11 seconds. So obviously we're not going to see that play into account that much here. We see Brown and the Cock come into the pit as well. Serving another pit stop, perhaps swapping driver or just completely resetting the stint timer, of course. There's a maximum stint driver. Had to stop racing. My left shoulder nerve has just decided to pop and it's painful to steer now. Ooh, that does not sound good, my friend. Yeah, it's always better. Obviously, everybody here watching or racing is very passionate about racing, but obviously your physical health as well as your mental health always comes first. So it is what it is. Now it's just time to take a break, make sure that your body is able to relax and recover, and I hope to see you get back on the circuit. That's obviously a thing that happens with endurance racing. We see Drew Burakovsky facing the wrong way. That being said, I very much respect that he's still going. Therefore, well, there's 44 drivers remaining as Burakovsky leaves the server. He's gone and quits for today, realizes that there's not much more that he can gain from it. So, more DNFs coming in there. And, Anna, were you doing the race solo? Because I don't think I saw another driver into the car, right? I could be mistaken on that, of course, but it's kind of hard to tell. It's Christoph Holzer here. Getting closer to the halfway mark as well. There's 28 minutes remaining. Which now means that we'll see another commentator join the voice channel eventually. Which means I can then finally start to cook dinner, because I've got guests coming over tonight. And I also have some sim racing to do. So, very exciting to get back into sim racing myself. It's definitely been a while. I obviously try to do it as much as I can. but it's not always possible. Curious to see how much more cars we're gonna see retire eventually. The weather hasn't changed, and I don't think it will for quite a while. Obviously that is the UK for you. It's cool that those kind of features are integrated, really. I don't know who comes up with that stuff, but that's really cool. You know, just being able to sync it with the IRL weather. Sven Korving in P16 has made his way past Van Hoorn. Obviously with the penalty that doesn't matter too much, but yeah, it's still nice. They're still trying to get closer to the current leaders in the amateur section, and that's this man. It's Sam Vaughan. Currently sat in P13, as it appears that my well, race control once again has crashed here. So he's lost the position now. It is Van Eck who's taken it over. So Dave Van Eck is the new leader. Or is he? I mean, this fight could still go either way. But Dave Van Eck will have the inside line. Has to leave the space though, obviously. So maybe they can go side by side. Or is it going to be purple Porsche BMW coming out ahead? Well, at the moment, it's really neither. They're still going together into this. To make our way over towards the old hairpin, where Dave Van Eck will once again be on the inside. Looks like he'll be able to defend it as well. Alright, well, I'm just gonna let race control do its thing. I don't think I can get that one to come back. And I hope that my commentator joining me soon doesn't have these same issues. I don't know exactly why that is happening. Kind of hard for me to tell, really. But if anybody knows what can be done to prevent that, well, please let me know. Looks like this battle's still far from over though. The Sam Vaughan still chasing. Battle of the BMWs. Sam Vaughan carries a lot of speed as he makes his way over to the Melbourne hairpin, and there we go. Dave Van Eck still on the inside. Should be able to defend that line, and that means he will once again be on the inside on the next corner too. But Sam Vaughan can't even get it side by side yet. Well, now actually a lot of space left here by Dave Van Eck, and therefore Sam Vaughan might be able to stick the landing here. In fact, he's currently completely ahead. Good move coming in there, but maybe a little bit conservative on the side of Dave Van Eck. I definitely feel like he we've been able to keep that position if he defended it actively. Now once again they go almost side by side into the same set of corners as we saw them do that before. There's an attempt at a switchback, but it is still the purple BMW leading of Sam Vaughan. Maybe there's a chance to try and go for it later on, but at the moment not really. Now it looks like he's slowly creating a gap as well. Right, so who's actually fighting for position? It's a little bit difficult to tell. But here is one. It's Dominica's kiss. Goes to Mickey Taylor. Mickey Taylor obviously came from P22 and still is, but Thomas Kiss came from a little bit further back. So when is he able to go for a move here? It looks like the rain is still very much a thing. You see, these conditions haven't really changed in the slightest. I don't think it's become more or less rain. They're just doing their thing for now. We see more drivers now into the pits. It is once again Brown, but he is obviously retired, so no surprises there. I keep trying to go off the gaps on race control, but obviously those are not the ones that I should be looking at right now. I think it's time to give some attention as well to the drivers at the front. It is Addison, then Barberi, then Alex Zakdal as well. Haven't really seen those positions change here. They're all just doing their own thing and they're managing. However, Terrence Kanan is getting a little bit closer here to Nico Veldman. Nico Veldman is the driver in the McLaren ahead. Obviously also representing Formula Racing League, and I wonder how big of a battle they're going for. If they're even going to take any risks at the moment, because, well, P4 and P5 would be an amazing finish, obviously, for Formula Racing League. Now, the race obviously isn't even halfway through. That still makes me think that, obviously, they still want to fight at this, and they, well, deservedly should, in my opinion. Obviously, Nico Veldman has a penalty ahead. Serving that is going to take him 10 seconds. Don't know the exact reason why he's gotten that penalty, but obviously it has been given to him and he just has to serve it eventually. So on the next stint, and I think we will see him do that. More Vestel Sports drivers getting out of the way now. I believe that was the Vestel Sport that found himself a little bit further towards the back. And we've in the meanwhile seen that Maggioni has well, lost 3 positions since I can last see it, so it was 8 minutes ago. In the Vestel Sport McLaren, obviously they're participating with 2 BMWs as well as 1 McLaren, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that, but that's at least how I remember it. Apologies for the coughing, by the way, I'm a little bit sick. The filter shouldn't pick too much up. But it is quite unfortunate. Here we still have a battle going on. Mickey Taylor versus Kiss right behind. Looks like it is the McLaren still ahead for the time being. The Ferrari 296 not yet able to make it past. We will see him move eventually, but not for now. So make way over to the old hairpin once again. Keep in mind that most drivers here have done over 60 laps now already. It's an incredible number of laps. I don't know how they're even managing it. Here's Manuel Novak again. You see he's kind of stopped fighting, at least for the time being. Now we see some other drivers get into the spotlights as well. This is Jeffrey Ross for Array Esports. Stood in P42 where has to let the Porsche get ahead of well. We'll see it's for positions. It's not for positions, so it's just gonna get out of the way, ensuring that they lose as little as time as possible. So, you know, even what you do at the back can obviously influence what happens at the front. Keenan still hasn't passed Veldman, and this is David Macaret that we're aboard with, representing TSC Racing, another pro team, and they're currently set in P9 in the championship. after the first round at the Hungaro Ring. Looking to get a little bit closer up, perhaps pass a few of those Vesta drivers right ahead. I definitely think it will be possible. The gap is quite marginal. Currently TC Racing stands at 75 and then we've got 78 on Vesta Sport Team 3. It looks like everything will still be possible. And these two still fighting it out on track. But now there's also lapping drivers involved. You can see that's one of the Hungarians in the BMW. Making their way past the Mickey Taylor goes very, very wide. I don't think that was meant to happen, but we'll lose a little bit of time as a result. But it appears that Kiss is nowhere to be found, so he's made his way past already. I kind of missed that. But obviously that's what happens when it's very hard to keep track. Normally I do it on my second monitor. That's no longer an option, so I'm doing it manually. Just going off the overall standings that are given to me. Which is, well, not great. Interestingly enough, the standings don't work, but I am able to do the camera controls, so never really seen that happen before. Try and go back to the other update later on. But unfortunately we're just gonna have to do with it for now, as there's 15 minutes remaining on my stint, roughly. Keenan has lost some time when it came to the battle with Veldman, but he's still within the margin to overtake him when the penalty gets served, so no big deal for Terence at the moment. You can see that the FRL is actually still quite stacked when it comes to the front. They're obviously not leading. We currently stood in P3 till P5. We've got all Formula Racing League teams. You see the host of this, and also the team that was nice enough to get me on in the commentators box, which I'm very thankful for, by the way. I know I don't mention it quite often, but yeah, as always, a big thank you to the lads over at Formula Racing League. Sorry that the stream hasn't gone the smoothest, especially now with the race control not working anymore. Definitely makes it more difficult to try and catch up, especially now because the orders aren't the same anymore. But it is what it is. We're just dealing with what we have. I'm gonna try and restart one more time in just a little bit. Maybe this is actually the right time to do so now. There's not a lot of battles happening on track. I'm gonna try one more time, and if it doesn't work, I'm just gonna have to deal with the consequences, really, because there's absolutely nothing that I can do about it. It's completely out of my control. And I do think it is, you know, limiting the stream's potential a little bit. So let me try and restart everything one more time. Again then. Looks like the live standings are working for now, but I don't know for how much longer they're gonna be doing their things here. This is a battle for on-track position, and once again Amadeo de Keizer is the one under pressure, and it looks like, as for now, he's gonna be fine, but Sleevy is still very close by. That's the McLaren that you see right behind there. The McLaren seems to be putting a lot of pressure on the McLeod Racing Team driver, and now we see as well that one of the cars in the front there got involved into that battle. Obviously that is not an overtake for position, so don't pay as much attention as you can. There's Simon Turner is facing the wrong way, able to recover though, luckily. Definitely not what he had in mind for that. Here's Manuel Maggioli. Still set in P10. definitely would score some good points for his team here, but is that going to be enough to ensure that they don't get overtaken? Well, in Spinner Racing, they haven't really had much into this, I believe. I don't think I've seen them on track at all, so therefore they'll be moving up some positions despite losing a few. So I think in the end they're going to be alright. There definitely is more potential here. Tom Brunel loses the position over, but now immediately he regains one because there's a driver in the pit. And it will be Sergio Osorio now rejoining the race. Sexy Lexi now in P40. Hashtag 202, 212 and 303. Let me have a look for you. The live timings sometimes crash out, so I'm trying my best to keep track of everything. Alright, so first of all, let's look for 202 and 212. 212 is Rafael Example in P15. And we've got 202 to find as well, which I don't see at the moment. They might have retired from the race. I don't see him on the grid anymore, but it might be missing. Let's check one more time. 202, 220. No, 202 I think are disconnected. I'm afraid, at least. And we've got number 303, which I also haven't seen yet. Let me have a look. I'm afraid it's only the 212 left, so it could be mistaken. Yeah, I don't think they're still here. But unfortunately, we have seen a couple disconnects, especially after the bigger incidents happening all around the track. Especially when it came to the lap drivers, or the drivers that were attempting to lap others. That's where we saw the most incidents happen this race. Tristan Sleutel, currently sat in P38. Followed by Longden at the moment. The other driver, Tom Brunel, has fallen off a little bit here, so lost a bit of time in the process here. Here is Christoph Holzer in the TDR Esports Porsche. Now, TDR is an interesting one here because I also don't see them on the scoring board. Once again, a new competitor. I think they're only participating with one car. I could be mistaken at that, but there he goes again. Once again, my base control just crashes. I have no explanation as to why this could be. But I think we'll manage the upcoming 10 minutes. Hashtag 73. Let me pull up the number 73. 73. Where are you, my friends? Am I just blind again, or what's going on here? I see 72. 787. I don't see 73 anymore, and then we've got 321. 321 is still driving. That is Sam Vaughan. Currently set in 72. Yeah, alright. So this battle is still going on. Has been for quite a while. It's currently Sam Vaughan leading between the two. And also the battle for the lead in the amateur class. Right, I remember now. Now I see your previous messages as well. Yeah, so normally I tend to go off the program on my second screen, that being ACC Race Control, but unfortunately it has disconnected me quite a few times now, and I'm not entirely sure as to why that is happening. But it makes catching up with the live timings very difficult for me, especially because the one that you see on screen doesn't update that often. But it's Sam Vaughan leading, and Van Eck following right behind. I think this battle might be one to last just a little bit longer, because what seems like the race pace is very similar between both of them. They seem to all be doing alright. It's very impressive as well to see, I gotta say, to see a number 11, to see a amateur in P11, I mean. Van Eck obviously in P12 as well. Now I saw that you were gonna step into car 72 as well, so you must be the teammate of Dave Van Eck. Which means you should also be able to tell. So I saw Dave van Eck, and that name to me looked like a Dutch slash Belgian, Flemish if you want, surname. I also noticed that he was driving under the Polish flag, so maybe you could elaborate on as to why that is. Because I was doing a little bit of Fury crafting myself. Suspected he might be half Polish, half Dutch, or half Polish, half Belgian. Yes, alright, so that's what I assumed. That's another fun little trivia fact that I can add to my little box of trivia facts that I've collected over the time. He's half Dutch, half Polish. His mom is Polish, right? That makes sense. I don't know why, but I see a lot of these drivers that actually have half nationality. It's quite interesting. See, I mean, I've got one myself, but it's fun to see that happens, of course. And he's gone for the Polish representation, which I very much admire, despite, well, of course, me being a Dutch national myself. I'm half South African, half Dutch myself, so as you might be able to tell by the accent, it's mainly Dutch, but yeah. So I've lived here my entire life, so difficult to, you know, base it off that. But now you can see Sam Van slowly but surely driving away, but then Dave van Eck just in that slipstream, once again catching up. Dave van Eck doing alright for now. This will be an interesting battle to watch as well. So what we're quickly gonna do is as soon as we see the as soon as we see our co-commentator joining here, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be putting a pizza into the oven and then continue to watch the stream again, because I'm very much excited to actually see how this battle unfolds in the end. This could still very much go either way. Dave van Eck as well as Sam Van, but Sam Van now actually slowly driving away, so Dave van Eck losing a little bit of pace. Now, if only I was able to actually see the lap times, but no, my software doesn't work anymore. Yeah, it's not great to see here, but is what it is. Nico Veldman still on the same penalties we saw before. Margaret on a 10-second time penalty as well. Liam Knott therefore getting closer to actually overtaking, because if the ignore the 10-second penalty, actually looks like the gap is then very marginal again. So the gap will only be 1 second in the end. Alright, it appears that we have a new co-commentator. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be finishing off the next 4 minutes, and then in exactly 2 hours we'll do the swap. I believe the stream is already launched, so we should just be ready to go here. Exciting stuff, of course. It's always good to share commentating duties with someone, because talking for 4 hours straight definitely wouldn't do any good to my throat here. I think it's fair to say. So 4 minutes remaining till we reach that point. So looks like the battle between Van Eck and Vaughan is over for the time being. Looks like Van is slowly but surely expanding that lead a bit, and Dave van Eck now finds himself 1.5 seconds behind there. Luckily, there's other exciting battles to watch here. We're going to swap over to Domikos Kiss. Getting very close to Van Horn, but don't forget that Van Horn still has that 15-second penalty to serve later on in the race. So slowly but surely we're going to see that once again the drivers will swap positions. We'll swap seats, and then we'll also see the penalties getting served. Currently watching Domikos Kos go through the S's, making his way over to the Melbourne Heron pit, that is. Looks like he's still getting a little bit closer, but I'm sure he's getting away. Now we see actually the overtake on Van Horn as well. Van Horn obviously has that penalty as well, so and I don't think it's going to matter too much if that would have happened on track. Maybe a little bit afterwards as well. And it's still this man leading. Don't forget, Luke Addison has been driving the race solo and he's been doing a really good job at that. He never really got into the danger zone. Massive respect for drivers like him out there just doing the race entirely solo, it appears. And well, he's been doing a great job at it. Obviously, he's gotten a little bit of luck when the Porsche got involved in the incident with the back markers. That being obviously Benjamin Eck that was involved into that one. As well as the other FRL driver, which, well, as a reason for that, have kind of fallen off a little bit here and that. Obviously, you know, Luke, to kind of drive pressure-free, you're nobody really around in that area anymore. Now you can see as well that the gap between him and the closest by driver is still 14 seconds, which is quite a big margin, believe it or not. Obviously, that could just be fixed with one mistake, but for now, he seems to be doing all right. And Dave van Eck, once again, getting closer to the driver that he was following. So Shan Van made a small mistake. So we might see a position change coming up soon here. Currently driving through Starkey Strait, getting ready to go into the SS. It appears like the American driver, that being Vaughn, is just fine for the moment. Obviously representing Tri-State Racing, but obviously also approaching a lot of back markers and that. Here you see Mickey getting out of the way, ensuring that he doesn't get involved into this battle here. The other BMW of Dave van Eck still yet to pass. Now, my friend, my dear commentator, taking it over me. Your stream is ready to go, right? At least I hope so.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. There he is. All right, your stream is live, right, already? So I can just end it whenever and you can take over.
Exactly. Thanks for making the coverage for the first 2 hours and qualifying. As I'm seeing, it was quite a pleasant journey to the 2 hours with the rain now coming.
Yeah, the weather was a little bit surprising. Obviously, it's the live weather we're using, right? So data coming from the actual tracker. Ooh, there's a BMW going very wide. And yeah, I had a little bit of troubles with ACC Race Control program. I think you use as well, most likely. It kept disconnecting me.
I use another one.
Oh, you need to send that one to me, because this one has disconnected me 4 times now, and there's just no way to keep it going again. So send that to me if you can. All right, so
I will do it as soon as I can.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it, mate. And now we'll see that he'll be taking over the comms for now. So thanks to Formula Racing League for allowing for this opportunity. I'm going to end the stream here as we are halfway through the race, and that means you'll have to do with the other commentator for now. So good luck for the rest of the race. And as for now, for the viewers, thank you guys all for watching.
Thank you, Ricky. Yep. As now there is a freeway fight already, no, four-way fight actually for P7, as Maggiolini into the inside in the McLaren is now going into the pits for the change of tires, and Eck goes in 7th place, overtaking Maggiolini. Same goes for Vaughan, and for, I'm trying to check, for Van Eck. Oh, there is a BMW going out of the pits just now, as I think it was, yes, I think it was Adam in number 11. No, it wasn't Adam, it was, I can't really guess, oh no, it was Vaughan. No, I can't pinpoint who the BMW was there, unfortunately, but definitely Vaughan here is getting heavily approached by Van Eck behind, 4/10 of a second only for the two drivers. As you can see, the battle against BMWs from 2nd to 6th at the moment, even if some drivers have went into the pit. And oh, there is a BMW there in the middle of the road. It was the number 61. It was a Lexus actually. It wasn't a BMW. Apologies. But the side view, it seemed more like the BMW. But here there is definitely an attack by the 72 going left and right, and I can't really say where he's going to be. He's going to stay on the left, and he's going actually to stay behind, cutting the chicane there. You can do a tiny bit of a cut, but as you can see there, wrong camera, it wasn't on purpose. The blue and black BMW there of Van Eck goes into the inside for RA Sport. Takes over for now, Vaughan. can't really say who is going to be in front of the other. I think the purple and white 3-2-1 is going to effectively stay in front of their iSport with Vaughn behind for T-State Racing, as the American is now in 5th place. But just behind, he was already in 5th place. It doesn't change really anything for now. Sherrod in front, just exited the pits. I think that's 7 seconds for the 1-2-3 driver, 2nd place, but it's actually the 1st place since Macoretta has a 10-second penalty. So at the end, it's going to be very useful for the BMW driver against the Aston Martin, but for now the 5 stays here into the, well, over the bridge or under the bridge, not really sure. Oh, there is another yellow flag. It's still the 935. No, it's another car now. It's a 935. Apologies. So it's not the Lexus as earlier on. Can cut here slightly quickly. It's the Visor Racing team is finding some trouble putting back the car on track, but he's going to stay here. The situation between the two with the dump track. Oh, there is another yellow flag. It's this time is still the number 61 on the very same point. This was a bit of a mistake by Van Eyck. In the meantime, there is also a fight for 24th place and for 19th with a change of position between Ulrich and Nibali. Having some clear issues there. I think there was a mistake by Nibali. Oh, he goes on the curb. That's why he goes on breaking the curb. He goes on then on the grass, and then you can see getting overtaken by Ulrich on the Aston. Vaughan and Van Eyck into the pits. So Nopek now jumps in 4th place in the McLaren, and Macoretta does the same. I thought he had already pitted. Apologies for that. I don't know, I was sure he already pitted. Clearly missed something there. There's still Mariano, and this time it's Burkowski having some clear troubles. The car back on track. So now Sherrod there in the provisional 1st place, as he still has to pit and also to repair the car, I suppose. And Francesco Adamu should theoretically be the leader after the round of pit stops has ended. 2 hours to go to the line, and the Vespa Sport 41. Wait, the Vespa Sport 11 is now technically 2nd, but literally in 1st place. Eck follows 4 seconds behind, and Nopek it's another 16 seconds for the McLaren GT1, submitting the team's personal best. 32.1 for number 221 McLaren. Then it's Takeki in the Audi 441 and White for West Competition Racing Academy. This team here that is usually quite famous in my commentaries because of their strength in the team. But this one is the Academy team, the newer Academy team that has been established just this year. Same goes for the Veloce one and the Williams one, if I remember correctly. I remember the Williams and the Veloce, but the Veloce I think it's way older than 1 year. And number 3 here now with White driving for them, and there is a 30-second penalty now in the 222, which I'm not entirely sure if that just appeared or if I'm just noticing its existence for now, as Adamu is now just behind Sherrod, and he will be flashing the light as much as possible since Eck is 3 seconds behind and he's getting in close proximity. But obviously, Sherrod is not a lap car, so he can do realistically whatever he wants. Either staying there or giving some space to the effective leader. Oh, and the inside he goes. I think there is some... No, actually. I thought there would have been some space given. Oh, sideways for the TSR car. And this leaves plenty of space for the Versa Sport to reclaim the lead. Even physically, not virtually anymore. And Eck is going to be quite happy about that, because he has gained in just a single lap 0.6 of a second on the Italian. 17 up having 16 seconds of gap behind. But speaking of behind, it is the MSR Esport 212 Porsche 992 is getting approached by the 80 of Horvath. The laps are definitely in favor of Horvath. So now, I think another slide there. Yeah, that slide is not going to help at all. Well, it definitely is going to help Horvath, that's for sure, but that's not going to help Sompel's situation. The Porsche that, with the latest updates, has been less and less strong as it was once. With top speed that honestly was terrible, the worst possible imaginable, but that car was a beast in the older version. Now the Donington going extremely wide into the grass. In fact, I think we can see the Horvath side by side between the two drivers. We'll be on the left side of your screen, which is the right side of the track, and he goes on the inside and he makes the place number 7 for CTR Masters in the number 80. The next target is 10 seconds ahead. And Sompel is possibly already getting ready to actually preparing defending against Harter. The 177. The Aston Martin behind is lapping in 32 low. One of the fastest cars around the track. The moment the fastest is the Audi of Stakeki. And the BMW of White. Oh, there is a contact there for Horvath. Ooh, yellow flag being shown. Yes, in fact, he gets overtaken by Sompel. And Stakeki is off. Oh, Stakeki is off. Into the grass for the 5th placed driver. Trying to recover. He does recover. But he lost an eternity of time there. Going wide, but we're going to stay here. Between the two. With weighted Sadamu. With yellow flags being shown. Sure. And then Sherrard and Eck battling for the place number 2. That's for the podium. Virtually. I'm quite sure that the BMW still has to pit. Well, one of the two. It's off sync. Unfortunately, I do not have the sync timer to be sure about this statement. So for now, I will remain with the fact that Eck goes in 2nd place and Sherrard goes in 3rd. And Sompel right here has to deal with something quite an obstacle, the one he has behind. Because Horvath, of which he made the move earlier, he has to do it again. Okay, Adamu is clearly lagging because he's jumping from first to fourth. That's very close between the two. That's very actually. All three drivers over-braking themselves with the Porsche nearly colliding with the BMW behind, and Aston Martin takes advantage of the situation. He goes into 8th place with Sompel behind that has to stay there on the outside. Heavy braking, but way too early for Sompel. And now Horvath and Harter are going to decide. He's going to stay in 7th. As Sompel's defense wasn't really an obstacle for these two. Yeah, the BMW is extremely better in the braking zones, with Aston that remains a beast in every other subject. So now the AMR V8 Vantage remains behind the German sedan. Oh, extremely large overturn one. Luckily we are in the west, so technically that's not really a bad idea. Oh, I think Horvath is pushing a lot to remain where he is. What I'm starting to think is that Sherrard actually didn't change the tires because the pace at the moment is out of the window. That team is lapping into the 34s, whilst the entirety of the grid around them is into the 32. While Brooker here goes on the left part of the screen, which is the right part of the trajectory, and cuts into the chicane. So I suppose it's maybe the same for the 2-1-2 because it's going oddly slow, even for them. 34. So that's why I actually said that they didn't pit, because the times that I'm seeing on their name are odd. 33, 44 constantly. Same goes for Sompel. So I think I just mistakenly thought that they didn't pit. They actually did pit. It's quite obvious at the moment. It's just a different tactic, which I don't think is really working. Sompel here stays behind Brooker at the end. Yeah, because just behind it is... no, it is not the leader. It is the number I can see. Which is not a number. Suppose I said I wanted the Vesta Sport BMW, but I can't be sure which one. Something another BMW is very interesting to be seen. It's the number 80. Still high for the moment. Five seconds has been applied to the 888. I will check for the reason of that. So I have the... oh god. What's happening? Ah! It's a mess. Google, why? Why now? Okay, I've got it finally. Oh, there is a 511 in the grass, and there is an overtake for 26th place between Monsu and Niederl. I am driver team with 88. There is actually a pro team. So the penalty that's been applied, it is for the 888. Goes later on the brakes than car 18 into the hairpin. 888 makes the apex, but the dive is very far behind. So I suppose the reason is pushing a driver off track, and the 888 has been deemed guilty, and a 5-second penalty has been applied to them, whilst the 20-second penalty is because of incident in turn 1 between... Can't really be sure there, that was very close. Because it's the name that has been written, but I need the number, otherwise it becomes a bit difficult for me. I don't know the number of the other car involved, but the 222 has been deemed clearly guilty. 20 seconds of penalty being applied to the name. Maybe I got it? No, definitely not. I don't have it here. Then maybe I have the 888. Absolutely no. It was from some time ago, clearly. So for the current situation, the situation between the two remains the same. Six times is their gap, with Horvath claiming a 32.3 in the last lap with 34. Okay, 32.4 for Harter. So for now, the entirety of the grid is more or less to the 32s. I'm seeing a couple of LEDs popping up in my head. There is a drive-through for Sakeki! Oh, drive-through for 441. He has to go into the pits and lose approximately 20 seconds for exceeding track limits. And those 20 seconds are going to be fundamental because White goes ahead, and the same goes for the duo here. I'm quite sure about that. Again, Harter is coming crazy. You will see to the right of your screen the Audi that just comes out of the pits. And loses 3 places. Drive through here extremely easy to be picked up. And the 792 is in the middle of the track. The reason is because of this. Oh, there was a spin with a couple of drivers going left and right. Narrowly missing the Porsche sitting in the middle of the apex. Not the apex, the line. Which that was not the apex. So as I was saying, there are a couple of LEDs popping up in my head. That was a lot of lag. The first one that comes to my mind is the one in 3rd place, because at the moment the 1, 2, 3 is lapping even with the 35s. With Nopek now in close proximity to them. The other one is and remains Sompel lapping into the low 33 with Brooker that is lapping 32's low, an entire second. So clearly there is a different... I suspect at this point that that was for tires. Because remember, they have a 65 stint timer. And you may... There's somebody goes to grass and avoids narrowly the car in front, which is a Porsche, but I'm not sure which Porsche it is. 177 flash, not even flash at this point, is just pressing the button and let it do. Blue flag cars here don't have to slow down, they just have to not defend. And definitely that's not the line for the McLaren, that he had to stay on the outside theoretically. And the Audi behind is... I think there was a contact. I think there was a contact there, and also Sherrard lost the place on Nopek. Oh, yellow flag there for 7. Oh, there are multiple cars involved, to be fair. Hill and Kiss also involved, and 4 different drivers. Oh, that's a lot of damage for Sherrard. I clearly need to see it back, because everything is parked from here. So there were few cars getting involved, and then getting absorbed by the Lamborghini that was passing through. I want to check if I can see the replay from another angle though. It was Nopek, also one of the cars involved. You can see that. Oh, there was the Lamborghini going. What the hell was that? What the hell? So this is what happened. The Lamborghini goes wide, rejoins as fast as possible to the track, hits 2 different cars, re-hit one of the cars that it has hit, and another car. Okay. Can there be a pen? Oh, there is a Porsche in the middle of the track too, there! It was a 954 getting involved in some kind of incident. Oh, it's actually the opposite. It got hit by behind. Apologies, I thought it was the opposite. So the number 26. So it was the number 26 actually going for not the breaking point and trying to make the chicane anyway, and it didn't clearly go their way. And there is another yellow flag. That's the number 2, which is Woodward in the Ferrari in 37th place. We're going to stick back here because Horvath and Harter and Sakeki and Brooker are all technically in a fight for 6th place. 10 seconds behind White. Is now making a lot of time on Sherrard, doing the 1, 2, 3. They have the fastest lap of the race so far, but they clearly aren't the fastest car at the moment. 39.7 was the last lap too, because of all the mayhem that happened. Oh, that's Sakeki going wide once more. One of the fastest drivers in the grid today. I know it well. And there is another incident in the chicane. It's the number 2 again, and this time is the 27 of Rose. As the number 2 made... Oh, there was a contact again with... No, wait. Oh, come on! Can you disqualify them? Come on! It's getting a bit redundant, to be fair. So again, the same Lamborghini as earlier just went straight into the drivers that were braking. I suppose that... Is that griefing? Because technically... Now, several laps behind the grid, and the Keys also getting involved in a wide moment, and 934 again going sideways. It was Barf. And sideways. There's also Garner in the Honda 787 that goes and loses the rear, destroys one of the braking point, but luckily maintains the car out of the barriers. They were following the BMW ahead in the 222. Lost the rear, and unfortunately there wasn't much that could have been made other than this, which is, quite frankly, the best outcome. 787, and also Brooker managed to overtake Stakeki. Would like to see if I can pick it up. It was, I suppose it was the Audi going slow there. Maybe a mistake, that's what happened. I just missed the action there. So now Sakeki now sits in 9th place. With the Audi that has been nerfed massively for quite obvious reasons. The 463 again having similar flags showing. And Giovannini is very close to Khan up ahead. It's for 13th place, and Gala in all of these made the team's personal best in the 32.870. Khan this time around lapped in a 35 even now, 0.2. And second and something more, getting taken away from Khan. So Giovannini now in the 52, making a bit of a comeback for their team. Behind the two IM teams in the pro leaderboard, he is technically 12th. It is at the moment 14th, and the number 2 again is showing yellow flags. It's not going good for them. And Hanivix made the place over Bro. You can see that was the move. Just the final part of it, but I think that Bro just led them through since it's not their fight. So there has been another 20-second penalty being applied to the 222. 20-second penalty for an incident with... I'm trying to check. It doesn't show the car. It definitely says that they were involved in an incident, so the 222 now in 17th place. Italian gets another 20. It's a 40-second penalty for the Italian driver. So not their afternoon. It's quite clear. And the gaps are all closing by. There is a battle for 6th. There is a battle for the 8th. And there is a battle for 10th. We know Zaccari approaching quite quickly. The German Rafael Zombel, the MSR Esport. As Giovannini made the pass on the IM driver of Ran for 13th place. In all of this, I think that here it is the battle for 8th place with Brooker and Stakeki, one after the other. It's getting extremely difficult to keep pace of who to put on screen, because every time I choose someone, something else has to happen. And I'm having really a hard time deciding who has to have the upper hand. That's again. Oh, that was close. It's like going sideways. And 974. Oh, the Ulrich getting involved in an incident. I think that was the car in 16th place. So you can see ahead. Oh, there is the Porsche there. Oh, there was side contact. Yeah, definitely a lot of side contact for them. Wrong time, wrong moment, and White gets the position done for West Competition Racing on Sherrard in the 3-state racing. That's for 4th place, and now 14 seconds ahead is Nopek. So now Horvath in the number 80. Now clearly seeing there is some trouble behind with Horvath that has to push again the throttle. 33.4 was the last lap, I suppose, because of the back markers and the traffic. Last lap part I made at 32.7, managing to eat around 7 tenths over the Hungarian driver. These two have been together for quite some time. Several laps that these duo had been the same, with Justin staying where he is and Vivu leading. There is a whole bunch of traffic that has to be passed. Both drivers this time around made around a 33 flat, more or less. 32.9 for Arthur. Horvath made a 33.1, but again I think that's also because of the traffic that is now approaching, as you can see from this view. Number 61 showing yellow flag on the hairpin, and then it's Sompel. Oh, battling with Zakari on the outside. It takes the place on Sompel. It was very close between the two. You can see Sompel tried to remain where he was, but Zakari had actually the better line in that section, since if you go to the outside you have a bit more traction. Is also Gallo going for the move on Kran. The Spanish driver trying to go through Kran in 14th place. That's extremely wide for the Beamer, and in fact, oh, it's actually way too wide. In fact, the Dutchman has lost a good chunk of time over Gallo, and the place too, going a bit too much wide, and their teammate is also going ahead of them. That's not for position though. So now this one is the closest battle at the moment. With the number 80. That's to take a bit of a very close line to the apex. Still in the 33s. Obviously, some around it has been heavily impacted by the traffic that was around the cars. Track remains wet for the entirety of the next hours. It's just dump though. Wouldn't Shelby is into the chicane? Oh, that's big. That's big. As I'm seeing there, I think there was a contact from behind. There wasn't some contact from behind. It was a McLaren. Shelby just now joins back on track. In 15th place only, and losing also the lead of the M class, with Kran taking it. That McLaren was the number, I think it was the number 61. No, that was not clearly. Can't. It doesn't show me the McLaren, it was involved, it was clearly a McLaren. It could have been. Can't be sure at the moment. But that was your leader in IM class. So Selby, I'm in 15th place for TSR. And Kyan gaining the lead. These two are still heavily discussing about who has to stay in front, but there is an issue for Sherard. You can see them closing by in that little pack of 4 cars. That's them. With Harter that now tries to go to the outside. It's not really the best of idea since the McLaren was sitting on the outside, making the blinkers to the right, but he was on the left. Usually you use the blinker to say where you are going rather than where the other have to go. Okay. And 80, I think this time it's the moment of truth. No, not really, because the 80 stays on the inside and takes the inner line. Way better for Horvath compared to the TSA Racing, which is not Tri-State Racing. You can see the grooves also on the tires. As Ferrari is now into the pits, submitting their 40-second penalty. To the old bridge section. You can see the old bridge on the left, in fact. Now more of a relic than of an actual useful purpose. Still, it's very nice to have such things. I honestly am one of those people that leaves some things, even if useless, where they are, because they are good memories and they are just good to be seen. There was a chance there, but I suppose the track limit devil from behind was looking at them. And also, unironically, I think Harte's best idea may be the one that involves the traffic and using the back markers to their own advantage. Takeki also showed yellow flags while I was in a replay, but I just couldn't pinpoint the reason, and just for commentary sakes, it has happened, but I just don't know where and how. But that's why you are seeing now a gap of 6 seconds between the Polish driver and Brooker in 8th place. 6 seconds ahead of the 441 Audi. Whereas for TSC Racing, the situation remains the 4/10 of difference. Of a very tense battle that has been with the Hungarian driver now. in, well, now it's been 6th place for a while at this point. This one is very close, but there isn't enough space to make a move. The best idea is probably here, but one of the most important proficiencies of the BMW is that it is extremely good over the curbs. As a matter of fact, the 463 has been disqualified. As I'm seeing on the minimap. And now I'm seeing this car here, which is very cool to be seen because it reminds me a lot of the Walking Horse BMW. They've made a bit of a history in Gran Turismo. The livery, I mean. Not really, not so much the car. It was initially the GT3 that had the livery. Then it then became the BMW. And this livery here is very, very close to that very livery of the Walking Horse team that now is going to run into some Aston Martins for the GT World Challenge Asia. No, it's not Europe. I'm quite sure it's not Europe. I think it's Asia. It's GT World It's the Asian GT World Challenge. Maybe to try to have a space in Le Mans. Since the class winner. No, wait, that's not the GT World Challenge winner. It's the Asia Le Mans Series winner. Because now they are. It's a bit of a mess. These things is. I'm terrible in memory, in memorizing things, and even more so if it's the Le Mans Series. Even if more so if it's not the European. And oh, that's a completely wide moment for Sherrod. He goes extremely wide, loses 1-2 places in a single moment. We can go for the replay there. What happened is a simple mistake. Yeah, he braked way too late. Initially I thought he went on the grass. It was simply not a great moment. And also there is a yellow flag being shown to the very same car I was mentioning a few seconds ago. Sherrod is now getting approached very quickly by Brooker behind. I think he's going to make the place. Oh, the 1-2-3 very wide. Little bit of a tap, more than a bit of a tap. No, it's just a bit of a tap, okay. And the Aston Martin 160 goes inside and takes the place for T1 SR. And that's Jay Brooker going into 7th place. With Sakeki being the next one to very likely make a move. For now, Arte in the 177 remains still there. Oh, there is another yellow flag. Yeah? It says it's Gardner again. The reason goes to these. Oh, he lost the rear again. Very same thing that happened earlier on. Made us 360 degrees with a few cars that were nearly hitting them. And back to the road. Spalino that lost a good chunk of places. This time around. As there is a mega fight here for 20th place with Needle, Brew, and Bayliss and Hill and Spallino all after the other. But I'm going to stake here. These two have been glued together for the entire time. Oh, I think that's a bit of a... Oh, there is a crash! And Horvath is off! Horvath is off into the grass! And Sherrod too! Both drivers have had an issue in the very same moment with Horvath going over the AstroTurf and losing the car. And Sherrard going wide on the right hander and losing some time. Horvath joins back into the track, only 8th behind Stakeke and Brooker. He lost approximately 40, well, more than 40, 20 seconds because of these. 20 seconds have been lost by the Hungarian driver for this slide, which also concludes the battle for 5th place, with Harter being the winner. As you can see there, 54.6 was the last lap, so effectively, yeah. Around 20 seconds have been lost. As we switch in here. Tiny bit of damage on the splitter for Gallo that has to be sure to leave space. That's a way to do it. There's definitely a way to leave space to the car behind. That was the number 3 in 4th place of White. Number 18 is out of track and losing the place on Monsu and Mongodi. Oh, he just lost the rear. He just lost completely the rear on himself. I don't think he made contact. No, okay, definitely didn't make contact with the wall. But he lost a place on Monsu and Mongodi. That was places more, and there has been a contact here. So you can see the BMW that goes straight on into the back of White, of the number 3. So White unfortunately lost around 6 seconds because of that. And Johnny lost a place on Gallo. Absolutely forgetting the braking point and hitting the leading car. Unlucky because White was now the gap is 17 seconds to Nopek, with White has to follow behind, and Harter now sees the gap going from around 15 to just 8 seconds. Gap being halved in a matter of 1 turn. Hill here for 22nd place. Is now following Bayliss for 21st place. I'm also curious to see if there is anything in here. Not really. And also Needle in this pink and black Porsche is getting also approached by Bayliss and Hill. For now, Bayliss is way more closer to Needle than Hill is to Bayliss. Also getting slightly slowed down by the McLaren ahead, which is the number 511, and he goes on the inside at a very late moment, but obviously completely valid. Oh, there is the 18. Again, in the very same place as earlier, and I suppose in the very same way. Will not go for a replay since I don't know when this will happen. As I suppose the move for 20th place may happen sooner or later. Oh, that's a bit of a slide. He remains ahead, but the traction was definitely not there for a brief moment. For TDR Esports. This time it's the number 197 that has some troubles, losing the place on Hanevich. I probably destroyed the surname, apologies. Also, Dobos has made the overtake on Kran. You can see how it happened. It was the 2-1-2 of Dodos making it, well, trying to making it, and effectively making it after the hill was passed. That was the 2-1-2 of MSR Esports. As Needle here is still in contention for the place number 20, and Dobos is absolutely launching the car already, just a fraction of a time behind Giovannini. As you can see here, not even behind, but actually next to, and now in front of, in the matter of a couple of seconds. Dobos is flying. Last reading was in fact 33.0 with a pit stop. So, very good improvement for them. With a car that is flying. The question that I have though is, did they make the stop? No, they didn't. I was checking if they made it before, after, apologies, after the 1 hour and 5 minutes to go, since the stint timer is 65 minutes long, and they didn't, so they will have to pit a second time before ending the race, or at least go for a drive-through, which is the same. Nopek this time goes into the pits, and that's inside the 65, so this will be the last pit stop for Ferrari 2-1 McLaren. And I think I found the McLaren that was that made the impact with the BMW. It wasn't behind, it was in front, way more in front than I thought. Is here Kevin Mongodi And oh, Novak and Kiss clearly getting involved in some kind of incident. Is that from behind? Oh, it was clear from behind, yeah. It was Kiss absolutely butchering the breaking point and going very, very long on the final hairpin. So now Horvath. Oh, Gallo! Gallo is going on the grass! Keep it on track, keep it on track! Doesn't hit the wall by a fraction of a car! He remains where he is. I can see it back how it happened. Oh, he went on the curb with the wall. It was getting very close, very fast. And he barely stays out of the wall. That's a good time for pit, I guess. And because Giovanni is also getting close. So Dobos made another placement because of that. Dobos making 32.7, so a very good lap time. But again, unfortunately, it's not really worth it since they have to make another one in terms of pit stop in less than an hour. Speaking of which, Zakari has been overtaken by said Porsche. Oh, I saw the wheel. It was very, very, very much in the wrong direction. A lot of time, very quickly. It's a bit unstable as a BMW, to be fair. It's just dump the track. It shouldn't be so nervous. It was a very aggressive setup for the Vesta Sport team. Having some trouble keeping the car in one line. Going sideways multiple times in a second. Which is great if you can handle it, but that doesn't help your tires, that's certain. Yeah, you can see again the wheel. I mean, left, right, left, right, left, right, every single turn. Traction control kicking. Very, very hard. Yeah, definitely a odd setup. As Nopek is approaching Horvath. That's not for place. That's well, technically it is for place number 6, but realistically that's Nopek trying to maintain the position number 2. Now in the hands of Francesco Adamu behind Harter, that still has to make the mandatory pit stop. Yes, okay, technically it is a mandatory pit stop. Still less than an hour to go. And drive through for Monsu in 23rd place. They have to go through the pits for exceeding track limits. One too many times. That Aston Martin was sideways. A lot of time. More than the advised number of seconds, which is 0. Suppose the rear tires are close to retirement. And oh, there's another McLaren going sideways. It's a 7.7. Going over the Assetto, I guess I know the reason. Yep. That is the wall. Sakala now jumps in the 3-3-1 and also jumps Takeki for the place. Harten playing a bit the role of the villain, keeping the BMW behind as much as possible, and also going on the grass, so everything I said until now has to be taken and thrown out of the window as fast as possible. Goes on the grass, loses the place, and Adamu is now free to enjoy life. In the lead of the race, a good 16 seconds ahead of Zakdal. Just made its pit stop. 2 seconds ahead of his teammate team, with Nopek in 4th place. Also team's personal best, 32.110 for Nopek. Oh, that was close. I just saw the BMW 331 going between 3 drivers. That was very close. Those 2 Porsches also are not in contention for the same place. With Audi, it now goes into the pits. Now Sherard back to normal times, 1:32.9. So my theory, I think it was correct. Going for maybe another idea, but that idea clearly didn't work. And I'm quite sure that is for the place. Something happened in the pits. There was a lot of... Ah, no, wait. No. No, it was just 3 seconds more. Something clearly went wrong. As now White is just a handful of tenths, not even seconds. And then there is also Sakaki battling for the place number 7. Zabo for now staying in front. And also there is White and Brooker going for the place number 5, but this time it's Aston Martin on the inside that takes the place on the hairpin. Oh, there's a bit of contact between the 2 drivers, but number 3 has a better line in the exit, but remains on the outside, so it was clear that Brooker wanted to be on the wider line. Oh, brakes a bit too late, maybe. Leaves half a car into the inside. Oh, there is the grass on the outside, though. And that's a terrible exit for Brooker that now has to leave some time on White. Stays on the outside again. It's the 3rd time that he had to stay on the wrong part of the circuit. So Harder is now back in 6th place. 19 seconds clear of Zabo and Sakeki. While White and Brooker are just switched positions, with Brooker now in 4th place and the West Competition Racing Academy losing it for 5th. But I don't think it is over anytime soon. As a matter of fact, Brooker previously made the fastest lap of the race, 31.2. So either it was okay, I think it was an astonishing outlap that also helped their situation. 31.2 was definitely a good one. 42.7 this time around, but there was an overtake ongoing. And now it's very likely the best moment to try to make a run for their money. To try to keep the 4th place, because I highly doubt the 3rd is available. 27 seconds ahead, and then try drive through nearly of advantage for the 2-1 in 3rd place. Another car is showing a yellow flag. It is the number 55 with also a 20-second penalty to their name. So not getting any better their situation. Now Sabo has lost a couple of 100 meters to Sakiki this time. Some mistakes have been made by the Hungarian driver. With Garner making also their final pit stop of the day. There could be a chance now, or not, clearly. Oh, Macoretti is off. And Bernardoni, oh, I think there has been something here. Macoretti is off in the 177. And the 52 is there sideways. I can't see anything from here, so I'm going manually selecting a replay. Oh, they just went wide on themselves. And also, if I just noticed the 52 going extremely wide there too. So Macoretta and the Three States Racing, no wait, the TSC, apologies, team see back their gap going from 7 to 16 seconds. Oh, way better line for the Audi. Oh, pero apologies. The Italian went out for a moment, but BMW made a good defensive action, staying where they were, and leaving the Audi with a decision, which is the lift off on the throttle. Honestly, there aren't many other choices in that part. It's either that or crunching into the back of the BMW. So because of that, the 80 stays in front. But all of these is surprisingly making things easy for two other drivers, which are Dobos and Magioni in 9th and 10th place. The last lap was a 42.8 for the Porsche 212, with Magioni practically getting towed by Dobos, and it's another 2 tenths being lost on... Okay, this is astonishing. The two drivers that made the same exact lap time, 33.067. Literally the same. Consistency is key, said someone in front of a PowerPoint. Yeah, that's definitely the best moment to make one wrongfully applied braking for Sabo, which left the door quite open on Sakeki. They made it quick and easy for 7th place. And Macoretta, I think he's trying to at least try to recover what he lost. 31.6 was the last lap for Macoretta, which is also the team's personal best up until this moment. But unfortunately, those 7 seconds are hard to be regained. He clearly has to work overtime for that. Current situation leaves Brooker with actually a good gap to look forward to. Second, and it was a half, then it was a mistake. But earlier it was a second and a half. Ooh, wait, there is something here with a bit of a fight going on with Dobos and Magioni. As I said, Magioni was getting towed, but I think Magioni is starting to think the other way around. And he actually wants to tow. He goes on the inside. He actually goes for a touch, and then he pushes off into the gravel. Contact between the two drivers. Magioni taking the place number 9 in an extremely physical way. And Magioni now gets into 9th place. I suppose there will be some discussion in the race control regarding that. Brooker's last lap was 32.3, so White gained back 3 times out of that mistake that we saw into the chicane. And the gap is below a second. Just very close between the two Porsches. Which is not helping Dobos' situation. Ronson goes into the inside. That's for 18th place on Mongodi in a 222. We Taylor Motorsport that gets the place done on the Vesta Sport for a moment, as Mongodi takes back the place momentarily, but the McLaren made a better exit, so I think it's going to be the Norwegian driver that takes the place number 18 for Taylor Motorsport. The Evo 2 McLaren 720S, which model has debuted last year in the British GT Championship, and internationally I think it debuted okay, no, I can't remember. I remember it was an IMSA round because it was Inception that used it first, I think, but I can't remember where. I can't remember where. Evo 2 is now being used, speaking of which, in IMSA, even by Pfaff Motorsport. It has used the Porsche for close to 100 years up until now, and now it's changed to the McLaren, and the first round didn't go really well for them after the car suffered some problems and retired just shy of 16 hours passed, not even driven. Leaving the number 9 to a halt very early, which is unfortunate because it was my pick for the win in GTD Pro. Because yes, the Pfaff Motorsport obviously has still the GT3 GTD Pro tag on the name. And my next pick was then Vassar Sullivan, and we all know what happened to them. So I should stop making picks, I guess. Even because in GT, it was the other Vassar Sullivan, my pick, and it literally caught on fire before finishing the race. So I suppose I should stop saying anything at all, like, because every one of my people had troubles. I suppose just guess which one was I pick in GTP. So. But anyway. $40 to go. And the gap here was, yeah, I went here not for simple no reasoning. Oh, there is a 222 there. Coming to a halt. Was it? It was indeed because of the McLaren behind. It was the McLaren off. That was. I can't find them. There was clearly some contact. So the BMW in red and orange details is quite visibly starting to get close to the car in front. As Dobos and Maggioni have now made their way together, but I don't think Dobos will be very calm. I think it's the right word towards making, well, trying to make an overtake. The reason is because Maggioni was 2.5 seconds ahead, and now it's just 4 tenths. So I suppose there was some trouble for Maggioni. Didn't show any yellow flag. So unfortunately I can't know where and how. So I'm also trying to see in front because now White made the team's personal best 41.845 for the number 3 West Competition Racing. The McLaren there is extremely wide on exit. Compared to, I was saying, Brooker 41.997, basically 32 flat. For Brooker again, wide line for the McLaren. In fact, I think this time is not really. From the camera, it seemed like it, but for now, Dobos remains behind. He has to think about something somewhere. Going the teeter camera, which is quite frankly my favorite because it just reminds me of the real life races. Little mistake by Brooker in the meantime that he has lost 3 times in a single turn. And the yellow flag is showing in 26th place in the 222 Vesta Sport. Oh, that's sideways for Dobos, pushing clearly to try to make a place somewhere. Trying to cool the tires, going in the wetter part of the circuit rather, because it's all wet. Again, it's getting very close way too often. Up ahead, it remains the same, while here we have a visual where 222 is now completely stopped on track. So I suppose some problems actually for the 222 that is here. There was clearly some problems for him. There were clearly some problems for him. Oh, there is a 10th only. Brooker defending inside, the BMW going basically sideways in the braking zone and making a great line. Again on the outside is going to be. That's for 4th place with White now Ahead of Brooker. Same is applied to Dobos. He's now in front of Maggioni. You can see the reason here. Oh, closing the door very, very quickly. On Maggioni. So that's a double overtake with White ahead of Brooker, but I don't think this one is over. It was a tiny little mistake for Brooker. He just went wide enough to leave some space to M4 that has one of the best braking capabilities of the entire grid. The only thing ahead of it is the Ferrari, of which there are none in the top 24. And the 166 clearly doesn't want to be there. Staying on outside in the chicane, it's not doable in two, and in fact only one of them can stay ahead of the other. My voice went out for a moment. So it was not a sideways moment, it's just the way James White brakes, putting the car sideways nearly. That's actually giving the team a good advantage over Brooker that now is stuck behind the other BMW, creating a second of gap. Already, Brooker in this lap didn't go at the maximum of the performance. Sanchez is off. That's the Porsche. Now a 473 again, nearly into the wall. You can see the reason there. Was it again the very same McLaren? Oh, look at there. Now I also know the position of which they are. It was number 68. Making another contact in the very same moment. I'm quite sure it was the same McLaren, but I can't be sure at 100%. Because there are two of them. But FMP being involved in the same incident, in the same point, in the same way even. So now Brooker has a second and a half of, well, nearly 2 seconds. No, okay, a second and a half of distance from White ahead. That has a 20 second. Okay, wait a second. Wait, it was 30. I'm quite sure it was 30 some time ago. It was 27. They've been gaining a second per lap. Now that I look about it. To be precise, in the very last lap, a second. Oh, that's extremely sideways for the McLaren 51. A second exactly. A second and 30 milliseconds has been gained by White, leaving some doubt regarding Nopek's place in the podium, because 20 seconds may transform in 20 laps, and 30 minutes may just be those 20 laps. It's an extremely long shot, but it's actually possible. Because 33 minutes are, in this track, more or less, 1 minute and 30, no, because it's not dry, it's 1 minute and 30. So it's actually 20-ish laps to be exact. It should be literally 20 or around there, because like 3 minutes and something is 2 laps. 30 minutes and something is 20 laps. So 33.8 for Nopek, 32.5 for White. So I'm starting to think that this idea may actually become reality at the very tail end of the race. The same applies on Brooker, obviously, because they are basically doing the same laps. And as the time passes, I think I'm going to be more and more prone to think that will happen. Antonio Nota is sideways. The hairpin is obviously will only be discovered in 30 minutes because of the pace of the two drivers. But Nopex's last times aren't as great as they used to be compared to White, which is going to the other way, actually improving the car's time as time passes. So Dobos and Maggioni still on the same times, more or less. Even if Maggioni is getting closer, then he's losing some time back again. Extremely aggressive over the Aston Martin there. But that aggressiveness actually is giving the team the chance to fight for the 9th place. As a matter of fact, the last lap for Maggioni was a 3.6, consistent to the lap prior, while Dobos 1 was a 34.0. Some time has been really lost on behalf of the German. While Ulrich here for McLeod Racing Team. It's oh wait, there is a mistake there. Dobos is off. Yellow flag being shown. Dobos is off. That was 9th place, getting thrown away. Oh, he just put the tire on the on the curb. Saved the car, but he didn't save the place. That's also Ulrich, as I was saying, and Van Eyck battling for 13th as the 86 is off track. But SRC is going to lose it from McLeod. Disappearing for a moment was Van Eyck there. Magician. Particular mention goes to White that made a 3-second gap to Brooker. But I think Nopek has been informed of the fact that the West Competition Racing is gaining traction, or that Porsche is sideways, and they clearly are back to a quicker pace. 33.4 was the last lap for Nopek. 33.0 was the last lap for White. So still an improvement. Still an advantage over them. But it's clearly going the other way around. With actually Nopek getting very close to Zagdal. An entire second has been lost in a single turn. Very likely that some back markers helped. So we may actually see a fight for the place number 3, but not from 4 to 3, but from 3 to 2. That's a lot of gravel. It was not going straight. And it's also Curtin making the overtake on Miller. For 31st place. Also regarding penalties, I'm seeing a couple of penalties that have been applied. It is for the... Oh wait, I saw a yellow flag. It's Brooker! Oh wait, it's Brooker with yellow flag. What happened here? Same way? Same way. Okay, he saved it. That was very tense to see. Lift off on the throttle and just direct it well. That's what you should do always in these situations. Just be calm and don't overreact. So Brooker saved the car and the place. At this point White is clearly just a very far away shadow. And Macoretta's times... okay, no. Because the last lap it has been a 37.5. So there has been a mistake also for Macoretta. That my race control didn't pick. Because I didn't see any yellow flag nor contact. So unfortunately I don't know what happened. But if... very likely the same. But those 5 seconds that Macoretta lost on Brooker have been just regained in the very same way. In the 46th place here, there is an overtake going on between a 41 BMW and then Braber for Gazelle Motorsport over the chicane. With the BMW now going through the hairpin. Staying on the inside. As Lobos goes into the pits for stint timer rules. They're staying in the pit very long. Are they actually doing a full service? Not sure the reason there. Since what they could have done was just a splash of fuel and call it a day. But to be fair, the only thing that they would have lost would have been just a place, because now they are close to lose too. But Vaughn stays in 12th place, so maybe, just maybe, they are aiming for the fastest lap of the race at this point. I see Martin Ulrich This is a freeway battle for now 11th place. But I suppose Dobos' pace is going to be way quicker. Mostly because I think they have new tires, but same fuel. Ulrich tries to go on the inside of the hairpin. The TSR has to try to defend. Really pushing this poor McLaren out of the racetrack. But I think that Ulrich will stay where he is, so in 12th place, with Vaughan that will go behind. There's also Van Eyck, 6 seconds behind. So this swap of positions wasn't in class. It was overall, but it wasn't in class. But the leader in IM class, which is Vaughan, and the Dutchman behind. For another 8 seconds. But obviously anything may change. As time passes, I just want to inform you all that in 13 minutes, 7 seconds have been made from white on Nopek. That's a lot of yellow. Oh, that's the reason for the yellow. It's actually the 81. It was 86. Oh, there's a lot of damage too. So this was the reason for the yellow flag. That's Sedivi in 24th place, that breaks on the curb. And goes sideways, but the damage was not because of that. So certainly it is prior to something else. But Ulrich is now a chunk of time ahead of Vaughan, and Dobos is now submitting the team's best laps. And I think they are pushing for the fastest lap of the race, which I can't recall if it helps in any way in their championship. I have to check, just to be sure. Okay, can you just... Oh, thank you. So yeah, there is an additional point for the fastest lap of the race being made. Considering the points between all the spots is very, very little. A single point may make a difference at the very tail end of the championship. While Van Horn on the outside in 2001 tries to make the place number 24. Oh, there is a contact there. That's also the Audi. Number 441 in 7th place, as Dobos made another personal best, but still not the fastest lap. And this situation is helping massively Zabo. Now 2 seconds and a half behind Stakeki. The BMW in grey colors. And clearly something has happened to Nopek, because that gap has been demolished in half nearly. In a couple of laps. Okay, maybe I'm just slightly exaggerating. But certainly something happened, because Nopek, not last lap, but the lap prior, was a 36.3 compared to the 33 usual the flat 33 of white. So now there is 8 seconds between third and fourth, and another 6 between second and third. With number 3 that is making a lot of places very quickly. Meanwhile, that was another car that passes CDV. That was Nibali, the 68 McLaren for FMP. So the damage in the front clearly impacting CDV's times. So yeah, the nearly 35 for Nopek is not helping. Losing nearly 2 seconds per lap now. It was looking tight, but I think now it's the other way around. .5 was Dobos last lap, still 3 times away from the fastest lap of the race. And Sherrard, this is a bit good for the 2-1-2 Porsche, because the 1-2-3 3-stage racing of Christian Sherrard as a drive-through for exceeding track limits that will put them not only behind Dobos but also behind Rurik. So in 12th place for the American driver. With Dobos trying to be as quick as possible, as soon as possible, because the tires will start to degrade, but I think that prime moment already passed, because the last lap was a 32.0. They also have to be lucky, because if there is some traffic ahead, which you can see from the minimap, the answer is yes multiple times, you can't really make anything. So I think this is their only last lap to make it happen. And I think things are changing very rapidly. Lot of time. Oh, Sherrod is off! And in the middle of the track. You can see the replay here. He also loses the place on Vaughn. Yep. Sideways for Sherrod. And even Van Eyck thinks about it for a brief moment. And not only thinks about it, he's now alongside the other BMW in blue colors. Oh, a bit of contact there. Clearly, oh, apologies. Clearly Van Eyck is more interested about the 3-2-1 ahead. I was saying, before things were interrupted, that a couple of things are changing very rapidly. Because Nopek is losing... basically it's becoming an hemorrhage directly. 6 seconds is now the gap between White and Nopek. 34.1 was the last lap, compared to White's 32.8 and then 33.4. But also Macoretta, after the spin, the near spin, and after going wide once more, losing another 5 seconds, is now 7 seconds behind Brooker, lapping into the 34s, while Macoretta is the fastest car in the entire field. So probably White was already a no-go, because well, White is lapping the same times as Macoretta, so I find it very difficult for anything to happen, as Takeke is going in the grass. But something may happen between Brooker and Macoretta. There are just 12 seconds, wow, 12 minutes to go. And I don't think we have a 3rd place and a 5th place yet. I'm not seeing any new penalty in sight. That's a lot of blue for us. Is this like a color theory? Like, we have to understand which color is in our eyes. Like in an F5 with another spin. This time it's just the final part of it. While Van Eyck here is still trying to get around Gerard. That's an overall placement. Ooh, the 18 also is off, losing the position on Nibali. And... no end. But oh, this is a bit of a trouble. Because now Gerard is between the teammates. So, it is possible that some games may be made. Oh, Thomas is off! And Maconet is off! Oh! So it was Van Eyck that goes ahead of Gerard. You can see there, I think there was some help. And again, you can see trying to be there as much as possible for their team. So now White is... Ooh, there is a 10-second penalty on Maggioni for the contact with Dobos. I don't think that 10-second penalty will make anything, to be fair. Now it's all on this situation here. Ooh, Sanchez with yellow flags too. The 473. For a brief moment though. Ironically, that was just made the team's personal best, but still. Oh, Brooker again! Oh, Brooker is into the wall now! Oh, that's a big one! Over the AstroTurf. Yeah, over the AstroTurf. And this time the wall was way too close. But again, Macaretta is probably shouting at his monitor because it's the third time that another placement was ahead, another time that he's far away from it. And there's just a second between Nopek and White. So as I said earlier, the 25 seconds gap was coverable. And in fact it is. McLaren ahead No, lapping relatively slowly compared to White. I wouldn't, honestly, I wouldn't take out the chance to go even in second place for them out of nowhere, but it could be possible with this rhythm. They're absolutely demolishing everyone at the moment in terms of advantage. They go on the inside and they take the place, number 3. And now it's another 7 seconds before encountering another car. You can see ahead, just there, that white car going away very quickly. Well, very quickly, it's maybe the other way around. But in 5 minutes time, they basically have to make a second per minute. Which means a 10th every 10 seconds. It's a very long shot, but it's possible. It's execution. Meanwhile, 36 again, having some trouble. This time it wasn't for their fault. They've been tapped by GG, nearly going across the track. There's also Van Horn with some trouble there. That BMW was, I think it was, no it wasn't, I think it was another BMW. Because for now Zakdal remains where he is. So yeah, the fight ultimately, I know it's very far away, but it's still not over yet. Because if White makes a time like the 33 flat they were doing in every lap but this one. Once more, that's a lot of gravel being heard. And Ulrich, a bit by surprise, has to go into the pits because of stint timer limits. And so this means that Vaughn has to go in front of Ulrich. So Vaughn goes in 11th place and Ulrich passes in 12th place overall, but remains in 11th in Pro Class. Ooh, again, huh? No, this time no. So it's just possibly an off track for them. So Nopek seeing that BMW going away. Very same BMW that is trying to close in an impossible mission. The gap to Zakdal. But for how much they are trying, there are just 2 laps to go. And I'm starting to think that already catching 20 seconds in 30 minutes is already a very good achievement. Even if I don't think they want to stop here, but the time is their enemy now. Because it was highly possible. Ooh, an horn, eh? Showing something, not really there. Also, Sherrod is now in 14th place, trying to at least get back the next place. And that was the 792 sideways in the chicane. Also handy, trying to go on the outside of Sanchez for 15th place overall. It doesn't happen there.
Okay, the leader is on the final lap now. Give it all you can.
So, Damu, take the white flag brought to you by Coach Dave Academy. For the last time around Donington. One off. Actually, you know what? The most beautiful British track, in my opinion, as a lot of cars are in the middle of the way. For a very brief moment. It wasn't the best of the moments there for Vaughan, that lost the place on Ulrich. We're going to see it back what happened later on between the 3-1 and the 26 that made them lose the place on Ulrich. But I think it's time for Francesco Adamu and Carlo Barberi to take it home, to bring it home, rather. And over the last hairpin, as there is a incident between Sanchez and Andy, 2 in the background, but here it is. Francesco Adamu for Vesta Sport completes the 4 hour of Donington in first place and wins after 240 minutes. Zachtal behind. As Sanchez completed the race in 17th place. So something clearly happened. We're going to see the podium. And a couple of more drivers. But Zachtal completes the race in 2nd place. 20 seconds behind, with White just following. And Nopek also just there. But a lot of things have happened in the very last moments. So Nopek, then Brooker for T1SR. Macoretta with TAC Racing. Sakeki for FRL Racing Team. Then Sabo for CTR Masters. Then Maggioni for Vesta Sport. And Dobos for MSR Esport. But I'm really curious about what happened here between the 3 state racing. Oh, there was a contact there. Yeah, a heavy contact for the BMW that unfortunately lost the place. And there was a major incident between... there were 2 incidents actually between the 787 and Sanchez. Sanchez going for the move that couldn't happen once, and then the second time... Oh no, it's just been after the race has ended there. That's a bit of a bonk. So, I have to go here to try to... Not this one. It's a bit glitched though. So this is your final effective leaderboard with Adamu, Zaktel, White, Nopek, Brooker, Macoretta, Stakeki, Sabo, Maggioni, and Dobos being your top 10 for the team's effective name. I have to wait for SimGrid to update, which is a lot of time, I suppose. Maybe I can already, by any chance. No, I still have to wait, unfortunately.
Green light, go, go, go.
But this was the 4 hour of Donington, second round of the Endurance Championship that will go on until December with with the next round being the 6 hour at Valencia in the 2nd of March. And it's going to be Suzuka, Red Bull Ring, and Rush Life after the April break, with then Watkins Glen for 6 hours, Zolder for 10, Laguna for 4, and Kyalami for 9 after August break. I'm trying to see if I can put standing on. Nothing is still there, unfortunately. No, I can't. Oh, okay. Anyway, I was trying. Anyway, this was tonight's round. It was very aggressive by a couple of drivers, but it was definitely a good one by the majority of them. I hope you all had fun while watching it. But from Cristiano Romano here, it is all. I hope to see you all next time at Valencia, and also for the Pulsing Gear Masters and Rookies, because there are still a couple of spots available for you all. And well, if you want some sprint racing, there is that, and also there is the long run, of which I also will be part of on Wednesday night that starts this Wednesday that comes. So there's a lot of racing for you all to be part of. But anyway, from me, Cristiano Romano is all. I hope you all had a great time, and see you all next time.